proudly presents this inaugural edition of the India-UAE Partners in Progress Conclave. Now, India and the United Arab Emirates share a multifaceted and a strategic partnership that has evolved significantly in the recent years and now encompasses economic, cultural as well as geopolitical dimensions. Now, as all of you know, that the India Today group is a multimedia organization spanning finest of magazines, television channels, digital websites, with a combined Indian viewership and readership of over 400 million. Also, UIBC UC, a consortium of 18 prominent Indian and Emirati founding members, it is the official joint business chamber established under the patronage of foreign ministers of both the nations as well. So this day-long conclave today promises to really offer all of you insightful insights, also thought-provoking discussions, forward-looking perspectives from industry leaders, from both the nations, as well as change makers from both the nations as well. So before we begin, I'm going to be taking a moment to also thank all our sponsors for the day. Our presenting sponsor for this event is Kalyan Jewelers, co-sponsored by Ellington Properties, powered by B&W Developments, Knowledge Partner, Symbiosis International University, Dubai, Associate Partner, Government of Uttar Pradesh, in association with UAE Indian Business Council UAE Chapter, International School Partner, SSSVM Institutions Coimbatore, Associate Partner, Arkship, and Business Associate, NKN Media. To kickstart this day, let me invite on stage Mr. Arun Puri, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, India Today Group, for his welcome address. Huge round of applause. Warm welcome, sir. Thank you so much for being with us here at this spectacular
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the India Today Group, it is my privilege and honor to warmly welcome to stage a visionary, a bridge builder, and a true friend of India, His Excellency Dr. Thani bin Ahmed Al Zuidi, the UAE's Minister of Foreign Trade and Minister in charge of Talent, Attraction and Retention. Let's give him a very, very warm round of applause. Dr. Thani, we thank you for taking time out to deliver this inaugural keynote address at our first conclave here in UAE. And Your Excellency has been central in the transformation of economic ties between India and UAE. You were instrumental in pushing through the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement in February 2022. And I think not only with India, but a whole range of countries. I think you earned the title of Mr. SEPA when we were chatting with the ambassador here. And today, 3 years later, we stand in this city of dreams and ambition, as Arun Puri had just said, to see the fruits of your vision completely visible and ticking. Bilateral trade for India, between India and UAE, has more than doubled from the $43 billion that you signed in 2022 to over $84 billion last year, and is expected, I think Ambassador Sanjay Sudhir is here, expected to cross $100 billion this year. This has made UAE India's third largest trading partner and second largest export destination globally. Under your leadership, the India-UAE partnership has moved decisively beyond oil and remittances, and now non-oil trade between our nations has grown by nearly 14% year on year, with Indian exports to the UAE touching $35 billion. And of course, we are at a very, very important time in this world, particularly with the recalibrating of its trade routes, the diversification of supply chains, and a tremendously turbulent geo-economic landscape. Through all this, the SEPA, the India-UAE SEPA, has brought economic resilience, and despite the big churns that's there. Now, beyond bilateral trade, the UAE and India are now shaping new regional frameworks that you are spearheading, which will define the next era of global commerce. And you have, sir, a very, very key voice in the initiatives like the I2U2 Alliance, bringing together India, Israel, the UAE, and the United States to foster collaborations in key sectors like clean energy, food security, healthcare, and advanced manufacturing. More recently, we have seen at the launch of the India Middle East Europe Economic Corridor, or IMAC for short, which places UAE at the very heart of a transcontinental supply chain connecting Mumbai to Europe via Jebel Ali. So, while trade and transport are key pillars, talent and skills are the real engine of economic growth. Here again, Excellency, your work is nothing short of transformative. As the Minister in charge of Talent, Attraction and Retention, you have spearheaded initiatives like the NextGen FDI, which has already attracted over $2 billion in global investment and helped over 180 foreign firms, and happily including India, which has enhanced the scale of operations in the UAE. Your Excellency, may I now request you to deliver the keynote address on the new trade winds that is blowing across the world, and what are the opportunities and challenges it holds for India-UAE partnership. Ladies and gentlemen, let's again welcome His Excellency Dr. Thani bin Ahmed Al Zuidi.
Thank you so much, Raj, for the introduction. Let me start by calling my dear friend and brother, the Ambassador, Excellencies, colleagues, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and namaskar. A warm welcome to the UAE, to those who have been traveled to be with us today. And I'm really delighted to address the first India Today Conclave, which brings together policymakers and industry leaders from both nations to further strengthen the ties between the UAE and India. In an era of a continuous geopolitical and geo-economic shifts, it's vital we reaffirm the bonds of friendship with our closest partners. And today's inaugural conclave, titled Partners in Progress, is a reflection of a long-standing relationship between both nations, UAE and India. And our economic bonds that extended back to before the foundation of the UAE in 1971. But in May 22, we opened a new chapter in our shared history. The historic UAE-India Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreements aligned our respective national visions and created a powerful platform for a long-term mutual beneficial growth. Each day provides new evidence of its value, whether it's increased trade, more investments, or great private sector cooperation. The figure speaks for themselves. Last year, in 2024, our non-oil bilateral trade climbed to $65.4 billion, an increase of almost 20.5% in 2023. And that complements the non-oil with oil numbers, which has been mentioned by Raj. And I'm sure the ambassador is going to as well report on the Indian numbers based on their financial years, which already exceeded the targets which we have set for ourselves. Based on the growth, the 20% growth which I just mentioned, it's almost more than 10 times of the global trade growth average. And we are also seeing investment flows translate into real-world projects and high-impact enterprises. In the last month alone, we have seen cross-border collaboration that will support solar, wind, battery storages in Rajasthan and Andhra Pradesh, develop aquaculture projects in Andhra Pradesh, and see a new low-cost airline, Kerala, take flight. But our nations are bonded by far more than just commercial ties. In March, His Highness Sheikh Hamdan bin Mohammed Al Maktoum, Crown Prince of Dubai and Deputy Prime Minister, undertook his first state visits to India, where he was received by His Excellency Modi. During the historic visits, His Highness witnessed the agreements in sectors such as healthcare, infrastructure, and higher education, and many others, and attended the launch of DB World's new free trade warehouse zones in Mumbai. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this is what a partnership in progress looks like. As we confront the challenges of the changing economic landscape and embrace the technological shifts that are reshaping every aspect of it, we must continue to deepen our connection and enhance our collaboration. There is no doubt that we are seeing gravital shifts in the global economy. Capital is flowing eastward towards the high-growth markets of Asia and Middle East. Talent is seeking new opportunities in our cities where entrepreneurs and innovations are prized and rewarded. And we're seeing, again, a reverse migration for many of the talents back to our region. And trade is flowing across the globe south as new economic blocks and alliances to develop and strengthen the supply chain and connect developing nations. We're going to speak later about our CEPA in more details, but the UAE and India are both well placed to accelerate all of those trends. And together we can create an economic corridor that can place us at the heart of these developments. This is a moment of genuine possibility, and we hope today's discussion will help us to expand the reach of our trade deal to ensure more sectors are benefiting and more private sector and business people are gaining the value from those engagements. And reinforce our commitments to work together in areas such as renewables, advanced manufacturing, agri-tech, food production, AI, logistics, financial and professional services. Through the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreements, our leadership has created a bridge between our countries. Let's ensure that we're maximizing the opportunities it provides to all of us and to deliver the prosperity we all seek. For those, again, who are coming for the first time, welcome to UAE. Wish you a very pleasant stay. And for those who have been here, wish you all the best in continuing your growth and looking forward to continue working and collaborating with you all. Thank you.
Let's give a very, very warm round of applause to Dr. Thani. Please do sit down, sir. His Excellency has very kindly agreed to take a few questions and has always been known as a man of succinct speeches, but full of substance. And let's start with what you had said. In terms of the diversification, CEPA has built, now it's 3 years, and has really blossomed. Where do you see it going ahead? What are the opportunities that you think India could come in? And what else would you advise young entrepreneurs to do?
Thank you, Raj. Very interesting question. And if you look at the global free trade agreements, deals that has been signed in the last 10 years, the majority has been done by the developed countries with developing countries. And it's very rare to see developing countries working together. The UAE and India sent a signal that when South-South nations gets together, they can come up with a very powerful message, powerful outcomes and values to each nations and to the rest of the South-South nations. The beauty about our agreements, we went beyond the normal bureaucracy and the normal orders from the developed countries, which the majority or most of the times, they're not trade and economic related. And it's a very strong message, because we've been questioned when we started the negotiation with my dear friend Piyush. Are we going to close this and finish it in a short time? Everyone was questioning, and everyone was doubting, oh, India is so difficult, you guys will never finish it, and it will take times. And at the same time, you guys are part of the GCC, you will never do it, because you will be stuck in with the legalities of the GCC. And less than 88 days, we concluded it. Why? Because the vision is clear. The vision is economy and trade and investments. We did not bring the non-trade and non-economic matters into the negotiation. And that's why when the vision is clear and the transparency between both parties shows the way, things moves quickly. What are the lessons learned from here? South-South can work together, they can complement each other, and they can grow with each other. And you will never be harmful to your neighbors as long as there is a transparency between this. And we're seeing now India is moving with many other agreements, because they're almost, the other countries that are coming here, they're saying, oh, how you do this with India? We want to do it the same way. And we get that from New Zealand, from Australia, from UK, from the EU now, which we're coordinating. I'm coordinating with the Indian and Piyush to work with the EU as well. So this strengthening the relation, and this as well keeps the momentum in ensuring that the network of trade is growing. A second main message here is that if we really want to have an impact on economy and business, we have to ensure the consultations with the private sector, which both nations did it very well. The Indians were consulting the private sector, and same thing from our side, and that's why we reached this level. And I have to admit as well, I've been consulting with the Indian businessmen. I want to see how can we ensure that they're benefiting from the agreement. So it was not only for the UAE companies, but also for the Indian companies. Why? Because we're a trade hub. A trade hub means that many of them will use us for other destinations, not only for the UAE market. So when you see the bigger picture, things moves much easier, and you really achieve those numbers quicker as well. Even we set it for ourselves by 2030, but we already start harnessing the results almost 5 years before the timeline.
Moving forward, one of the issues, and you mentioned that, is talent and the skill gap that you find. India has a tremendous amount of demographic dividends that it can expend, and we've already done that in UAE with the numbers that have come. How do you see skilled workers coming in from India? What is the potential for them? Where are the avenues? And how do you see, what can UAE do, for instance, or what are you all doing to encourage that?
Let me distinguish the talents to 4 categories. High net, ultra high net individual, the high net individual, our wealthy people, then the skilled labor and non-skilled labor. So those are the talents that we're looking at. My file is targeting only the 3 ones, because the last one is with the Ministry of Human Resources and Labor. In the first 3 ones, we start engaging with the private sector to ensure that we're building the right ecosystem for them if they want to move here and work from the UAE. And we'll start seeing movements of many of the talents, not only from India, from the rest of the world, that wants to have a base here in the UAE. And guess what? They're not only coming alone. They're coming with the senior managements with them who are really talented in many files, talented in legal, talented in finance, talented in HR, talented in IT, and. So when you have a specific incentives and attractive course of actions to those different categories, you will have the secondary talented who are going to be associated with those people who are going to move. Now, speaking directly about India, we're really proud to be one of the hosts for in diaspora who are living and calling the UAE as their home, and they're growing from here. And they're as well using the logistical and connection from the UAE to the rest of the world, and they're growing. And many of them as well, they started their businesses from here, and they're becoming billionaires, investing in Africa and many parts of the world. And they're not calling themselves as an Indian companies, they're calling themselves as an Emiratis companies. That is complementing as well the industry's movements and boom in India, because their dependence on some of the factories that is coming through the UAE to those parts of the world wherever they're investing. And you guys are fortunate because you do have very talented IT people. And we're seeing the movements of IT to the country. And the AI transformation is going to be heavily dependent on the talent. And India is one of the main source of the talented when it comes to technology and digitalization. So for sure we see another sector which we're going to work together on. But again, just to summarize the answer, we see talent, they're flying and they're moving to the UAE. We're working and we're having accessibility for those who are not able to move to the UAE. We're going to India and we're doing our investment there, so we're using the talent back home. And we're going to continue working with the talented people from India.
Thank you. One of the areas that we've looked at, and in fact this was the suggestion of Arun Puri, our editor-in-chief, when we were inviting various ministers to come, he said, let's look at the states. Because at the end of the day, it is the states that does the nuts and bolts policy of any CEPA agreement. And you mentioned Andhra Pradesh in your talk. We have a Tamil Nadu minister coming here to talk to us, the Andhra minister to talk, as well as in the evening, the minister from Maharashtra to come and talk about how they see the potential. But from you, what would be your advice be to states? Because now you're directly dealing with a lot of them, the ambitious chief ministers that are there. What do you see as the opportunities for the states, and how should they approach the UAE to enhance their investments?
See, it's the same situation with us and the UAE. We're a federal nation, and the Emirates are the one who's leading the operation and the implementation of those agreements. It's exactly the same with India. Both federal governments did their part. Now the local states and Emirates has to take the implementation forward. And without them understanding what is the CEPA, what are the potential, and how we're going to move forward on the full speed of implementation, will not harness the results that we want to see. But there are three main messages that I want to send across to both sides, local Emirates and state level. Efficiency, capital does not wait. If they don't get quickly accessibility to the lands, to the approvals, to the right stakeholders, they will move somewhere. So efficiency is very critical. And second one, we have to move quickly with the changes that is happening. And the changes is technology. We don't want to apply whatever has been there for the last 20 or 25 years again. Technology has been evolving, and we have to make use of those changes that is happening in technology. And the third one, which is an important one, we have to trust ourselves. We have to trust ourselves.
Right.
Trust is very critical. The good thing about us, there is a trust, but we always remind ourselves. Trust is always critical. Now we're living in an era where trust is totally missed globally, and we have to ensure that we maintain this trust between ourselves, so we can maneuver around the geoeconomics and geopolitics that's facing the world now.
Very interesting phrase that you used, which adds to the lexicon of capital. You remember the famous movie that said money never sleeps? Now capital doesn't wait. I think we all need to learn that, apart from the technology part that you talked of in trust. Coming to the elephant in the room, and we have US President Donald Trump apparently just coming into the UAE, and there's been a tremendous churn across the world with the kind of initiatives that he's taken. I'm using a very polite word. But how do you see India and UAE navigating through this very vastly different trade universe that's happening?
At the end of the day, President Trump is a businessman, and he wants to strike a deal.
Right.
Striking a deal means that he's looking at it from an added value to US. We have to look at the same thing from our own angle. If there is no added value, why we're entertaining such discussion? And it's going to be always the case. The good thing about Trump and him being a businessman, he sits on the table and start negotiating. Yes, he raised the bar of his demand at the beginning, but he's a businessman. He listens, which means that if you see a value which is going to be brought to the US, he will accept it. And we have to know what we want, and we have to as well be clear, and we should not let go. We have to be very bold in our position, and we have to negotiate so we can get our interest on board as well. We don't want things to be only one-sided. For both UAE and India, I think we managed to do this in the last 4 or 5 years. Diversity is critical. No matter how your strategic ally and a strategic partner is important and critical to you, diversity is important. You have to ensure that there is alternate supply, investment sources, and markets to anything you do. Because you don't want to be harmed for 1 day or for 1 year. At the end of the day, you're going to be harmed. So diversity is very, very critical. We'll do our negotiation. We'll ensure that our interest is there, but we'll have to make sure that there is a diversity and there is an alternate for anything that we do with anyone.
I'm sure Mr. Piyush Goyal, your counterpart from India, is listening to this good advice that you're giving. Let us move to another area, which is the IMAC. And for whatever reason, some parts of that IMAC is not functional. But the India-UAE part is one of the key logistic areas that is there. How do you see that growing? And how do we, even as we see the churn that's happening from Israel to that side, how do we start working these things in and ensure that certain parts of this are fitted in before the whole big picture appears?
I think I had this discussion with the ambassador a couple of times and with many of our other colleagues as well. IMAC is a very complex and massive project. Includes many of stakeholders, nations, governments, and private sector as well. If we aim to do the whole projects at once, we're just fooling ourselves. And we have to make sure that every segment that is happening is moving. So then we'll connect the dots between them. Is the discussion between us and some of the European countries is happening? Yes, it's happening between us and Italy, between us and Greece, between us and Spain. It's happening between us and Jordan. And it's moving very well with India.
Right.
But as long as the segment is moving, let's continue. One segment's success is going to replicate or to push the others to move. Again, the project is going through a very massive economic line, which goes through lands with many of instability or geopolitical tension nowadays. And you don't want to sort out those until you connect the whole project. And I think what we have done in the last 3 years now, 2.5 years with India is amazing, because it shows that we're going to continue regardless what is going to happen in the other segments. And this segment is going to be connected to another segment. What do I mean? Before answering this, what we have done with India so far, many of the ports are connected, many of the movements is happening, virtual corridors is moving, systems is connected with each other, and the flow we're seeing reflected in our bilateral trade. So the numbers is going to be reflecting the success of this segment's implementation, which we're already seeing, and we're going to continue to push for that, and more good things to come, inshallah. Now, how this is going to be connected to other segments? We're not only working on IMAC, we're working on the north-south corridor. We're working on the development corridor between Iraq and Turkey. And guess what? The numbers is amazing. The shipments from Turkey to the UAE used to take 28, 29 days. Now it's taking only 14 days.
Wow.
Because of that development corridor from Turkey to Iraq, Al-Basra, and from there by sea to UAE. 14 days. And guess what? Now we're working to beat ourselves. We're working toward reducing that timeline to 7 to 8 days. But is that going to be connected to the IMAC, to the India segments? Absolutely. That will be another opportunity for the Indian traders, businesses, logisticals to go to that route. Again, the key word here is diversity. If one route is not working and it's taking its time, we'll continue working on it. But you have to open another route, and you should not stop. Stopping it means that you're losing, and there's no time to cause any losses for the private sector.
You know, listening to you and the success that UAE has, if you could just give us 4 or 5 tips. I mean, you did talk of the surprise that you had when you came to India and everybody talked of the bureaucracy and everything else. You were able to speed up things. What lessons can India learn from the way UAE does business, and what tips would you give?
Well, there are few things which we have to take into consideration. First one, don't believe all whatever is heard, especially from media. With all my respect to my colleagues from media, you have to go and meet people and understand the situation and sort it out. So don't believe anything you hear.
Right. Except India Today.
No, exactly. Yeah, because of he's doing the interview. You have to go and meet the colleagues directly and ensure that you understand each other. So that is one. The second one is when it comes to the real implementation, you have to have a clear vision and don't change your policy. You change your tactics, but the vision has to be clear.
Right.
If you change the vision, you're just fooling yourself because you will not be able to achieve it. And the third one, you have to ensure that the mechanisms are available to achieve this KPI. Don't depend on the conventional way. If it has not been successful for the last 20 or 30 years, it will never happen.
Right.
Because it's already been tried. If it's tried once and twice and third and failed, just come up with a new way of doing things. And the fourth one, let's not replicate and duplicate whatever the Western did in our own market. We have to tailor it. We have to customize things to our own ecosystems and our culture and our mindsets before we start the full implementation. We're just ruining ourselves. I'll give you a simple example here, and I'm going to go away from trade. Renewables, when we started 2004, 2005, everyone thought that we're going to just copy-paste the system from Germany because we were studying that system very thoroughly. No, we did not do it. We customized it to our own weather conditions. We customized the technology to our dust, humidity, high temperature, and then we grow. Guess what now? We're one of the largest five countries in the world when it comes to renewables because we customized it. But just copy-paste the Western technology or practices directly, we're just ruining ourselves. The last one, we have to trust ourselves and we have to continue fulfilling our vision, and we'll do it.
Wonderful tips. We've just got about 7 minutes, and I'm going to get you into the NextGen FDI initiative, which is very, very critical in terms of attracting global talent. Where do you see Indian entrepreneurs come into this picture? What would you tell them about UAE and what it's doing?
Let me simplify the idea of NextGen FDI, because we started this 3 years ago, and the program is very successful, and we're seeing even more engagements, not tech companies, but also the conventional one. We start seeing movements of tech company from east part of Europe, and they're going to Turkey, to Hong Kong, Singapore, and some other part of the world. And we said, why not UAE? And we have to make sure that we build the right ecosystem, because we know our colleagues and stakeholders when it comes to chambers, the local economic departments are doing an excellent job in attracting those companies. But we said we have to ensure that we're fulfilling the gap that is facing those tech companies. We reached out to some, and they said, our main challenge when we go to law firms. And law firms is very costly for a tech company, especially where most of us are startups.
Sorry, what is
law firms? The legal firms,
right.
Because they're charging at least $100,000 to $150,000 just to initiate the process. We told them, you know what? We're going to facilitate this, and we're going to build the whole ecosystem. We don't want you to start your business until you know who's your stakeholder and where you're going to have your base. And we will not dominate. We will not control your decision. We're going to open doors for you in all Emirates, and you decide. And even if they come back to us and ask, which Emirates shall I go? I say, no, it's not my responsibility. It's you who will decide. As a businessman, you want to open in Abu Dhabi, you want to open in Dubai, you want to open in Ras Khaimah, it's your call. We're going to introduce you to everyone. You will understand the incentives and the market. Then you decide. They start signing business deals before opening license. And that's the beauty of NextGen FDI. Wow. They understand stakeholders see their potential, they sign deals, and then they go backward and open license recruit people, and have the residencies, etc. And that's what the tech people want. They want someone who is going to deploy their technology. And deployment of technology is the big thing that anyone can do to a tech company. We have an interesting stories here. One of them is Gecko. It's an American robotic company. They came here exploring the market. We worked with ADNOC in doing the tanks surveys and maintenance check. They did it free of charge at the beginning just to prove the concept. They saved a lot of shutdown days for ADNOC because of that maintenance without the need for the whole platform to be shut down. And now they're going to sign a big couple of millions deal with ADNOC, and they're going to build a factory in the UAE. But you see how the deployment of technology is critical for tech companies so they can scale it up into a level where they're having even a factory presence here in UAE. That's a small story of many others. I'm sure many of you know Qualcomm. Qualcomm is, as well, they're part of the business delegation who are coming here. They've been here in the market for quite some time. But they've been shopping around, going around, until they became part of the NextGen FDI. We start synergizing and harmonizing their communication with the right stakeholders. Now they're going to have a huge presence in the UAE. It's all about the communication and simplifying the way that things are running. And at the end of the day, the businesses want to ensure that they're heard. And this is what we ensure through NextGen FDI. And now we're expanding. We're going beyond technology. Biotech and pharmaceutical companies are asking for the same, which we're doing. Climate tech companies are asking for the same, which we're doing. Oil and gas and energy are asking for the same, which we're doing. So it's just a matter of building this direct relation with the private sector, and things are moving very well.
And I like your phrase, keep it simple. And those who play cricket, that's one of the big advices, is keep it simple and you'll get going. But finally, 3 minutes left. Since this is about India and UAE, just a little personal impressions you have of India. What has been your association? What do you like best of India? And what do you feel, oh, maybe we should do something else?
India has a huge potential. The huge potential is coming from the work that the government, federal and the states level governments, that they have been doing so far. Infrastructure is booming. Things are changing. Things are changing, but taking time, which is fine because for a massive nation like India with 1.4 billion population. You have to continue. They have to continue doing the good things which they started, and they should not be disturbed. A huge potential on the services, especially that low income to mid income is moving. Almost 200 to 250 million people are moving. There is a potential. We have a gap, and we admit it here at the UAE. We only work at the big tickets when it comes to India. And that's why you see most of the investments coming from our sovereign wealth funds, ADIA, Mubadara, ADQ. And usually they look at those big size projects. And we know that we have this discussion many times with Piyush, with the ambassador, and with colleagues from India. We have to start targeting the small to mid tickets. And when you talk about small to mid tickets, it's not even small. They're really big, but because of the resources stretch that we're having with our sovereign wealth funds, we're not capitalizing on this growth. But we promise you we're going to come up with a new mechanism which is going to fulfill that, and this is something which we're taking consideration. Second thing, which is, I think, as well, very critical, continuous communication between both parties. I remember the last two visits, Sheikh Hamdan bin Mohammed's visit, and the one before, the one which His Highness Sheikh Khalid bin Mohammed Zayed did as well last year. Many of the private sector came back and they said, you know what, we agreed that we were fooling ourselves because we thought we know the Indian market. But going there and meeting the business people, it's totally different than what we hear from the research and think tanks and even the media. So it's always good to go there, and we really appreciate this frequent visits, and engagements. So such engagement is critical, and we should not stop it, and we should not limit it. We have to ensure that there is a diversity so we can engage more and more between our businesses. And the potential is high. Now with the geopolitics and geoeconomics, those two nations can do so much together. And we have to capitalize on this time. The opportunity will not come again and again. We have to harvest the results, and we have to ensure that we grasp the opportunity from now. And I think we're doing it, but we're getting distracted with the tariffs, etc., which we shouldn't do. That should not take our full attention. We should pay attention to it, but should not take our full attention.
Don't worry.
Last message. I was with one of the countries trying to initiate a trade and investment discussion with them. They promised that things will move in 3 months. Now we're almost 6 months after my visit. Nothing happened. Why? The minute that the Americans started their tariffs, the whole team started traveling to Washington, D.C., and it freezed everything around with the rest of the world. It does not work that way. You're not depending on one country. You're a nation that has to have a diversity. You should not have your full attention in one country. You're just ruining yourself. And you're not doing it for 3 years or 4 years. You're doing it for a long term. You have to do it for your generation. Diversity. You have to ensure that there is alternatives. That's all. Thank you.
Excellent. Let's give him a very, very warm round of applause, a standing applause for Dr. Thani. Thank you very much, and wonderful tips.
Could I please request you
speech by His Excellency. We have a tremendous speaker in our presence, Dr. Palnivel Rajan, who is the Minister for Information Technology and Digital Services in Tamil Nadu. Has a fascinating background, fourth-generation politician, studied in the US, investment banker, politician, was also Minister of Finance and Human Resources in Tamil Nadu, occupying all the important portfolios that was there, speaks with rare candor, vision, and we're hoping he would, I'm sure, not just hoping, will do the same. The reason we have this time in India Today Conclave focused on the states is because we think that it is where the states are really where the nuts and bolts of investments happen, of projects happen. And to start with that, let's begin with looking at the area that you are focusing, Minister, is digital governance. What has Tamil Nadu to showcase for UAE, and what do you expect from UAE to come in?
Well, first, thank you for inviting me. Thank you for the very kind introduction. Good morning to everybody. I see some of my old friends from the banking community here, so it's good to be back. I would say we have a lot to learn from the UAE. I think they have applied technology particularly in the functioning of government and in the citizen government connect, whether it is, or even visitor government connect. You know, now it's almost all auto scanning of the passports, right? Much
Correct.
faster.
Yeah, we saw that when we...
Yeah, we all came in that way. So I think the UAE has taken, in some sense, innovative, but at least adopted the world's best standards. The one that I like a lot is this single sign-on, where there's a UAE pass kind of sign-on, and 100% of all the government services are through that portal. And what it gives you is, for the citizen, just one, you know, with the two-factor authentication, just one login and one access. And for the government, very good security, both data security, cyber security, because you only got one portal coming in. So these kinds of initiatives, I think, are at least world-class, if not world-leading. And so we have a lot to learn from them. In Tamil Nadu, I would say we have two probably unique things from a digital governance perspective. One is just scale. We are somewhere around 80 million citizens. And so getting all of them into the system first and getting it in an integrated way. On the one hand, you don't want to breach privacy, but on the other hand, the efficiency of government programs, of government spending, we're a welfare state, we do a lot of public distribution for various things, for scholarships, for food, for other benefits. Now we do a monthly to all women payment. So all these, technology can help a lot, and we have applied that. And the second I would say is that, because of the nature of our workforce, we are kind of the unspoken hidden giant in the IT sector. We used to be the open giant till about the year 2000. And then places like Bangalore, Hyderabad, to some extent, Pune, greater capital region, started investing aggressively and accelerating. But Tamil Nadu still has tens and tens of global companies with thousands of employees each, particularly in the financial services sector. And because of that ecosystem, we are growing a lot in the fintech and payments and the kind of finance-related technology space. So I would say those are areas where we're probably adjusted for scale because of being such a large population. We are of global impact. Yeah.
Tamil Nadu is the second largest state in terms of economy in the country. Maharashtra, of course, leads in it. And the fact that I come from Karnataka, so in terms of IT, information technology, and I grew up in Bangalore, that sort of dominated the scene. If Tamil Nadu now has to move in to the newer areas that is there, what is the kind of initiatives you're taking to ensure that you all move into the lead or on par with the rest? And what, in that respect, connecting with UAE, you require in terms of investments and entrepreneurship?
Yeah, I think, we always learn from looking back at history. So I think if you go back to like 2000, as I said, Tamil Nadu, Chennai was in a dominant position and other states not so much. In the last 20, 25 years, Bangalore, Hyderabad accelerated greatly. through much better investment and much more attraction. So effectively, we didn't do 2 or 3 things very well. We didn't market properly. We didn't build quality of life infrastructure. I'm not talking about roads and airports. We got that at least as much as any other place. But we didn't build like the social networks. We didn't focus on kind of the, the ease of living or the ease of transitioning. And so if you look at, just as one data point, if you look at the workforce in the IT sector in Tamil Nadu, it's probably 85% local. Nowhere else in India is that true. Not in Bangalore, not in Hyderabad, not anywhere. In fact, I would say 15, 20%, maybe 20, 25% of the Bangalore IT workforce is Tamil, right? So that tells you something else. I'll go back to the strengths. But I think marketing, better kind of, company to government relations, more attractive incentives, more kind of focus on the soft aspects. These kinds of things we have not done as well. Despite that, we have grown quite a lot, which is to say that we have some advantages. The number one of which is that our human capital story is probably second to none. Maybe a slight second to Kerala, but then Kerala has got very much less business conducive environment than us.
That's true.
So Kerala ends up being mostly a talent exporter, whereas Tamil Nadu does some talent export, but also a lot of actual investment attraction. So the greatest strength for us is that we have almost universal education all the way to high school. Something like 88, 89, 90% of girls graduate high school. That's a very high number. Nowhere else, I mean, with the exception of small states like Kerala, maybe Northeast. And so we have a workforce that is second to none, scale and qualification. Then we have, a relatively developed state, as you say, second biggest economy, only about 5% of the population, 5.8% of the population, almost 10% of the GDP. So we have good roads, we have lots of airports, we have lots of international airports, we have ports, we have connectivity, highways and all that are probably, very good. So it's easier for people to come and set up and do business in Tamil Nadu than it is in many other places. So the combination of the human capital, the good infrastructure. Now we are doubling up on those things. We are laying this along the BharatNet program, but we have taken a different approach in Tamil Nadu. All the urban areas are already hugely covered by broadband fiber, right? Like in Chennai, when I came back as an expat, let's say 20 years ago, you could, in some areas of Chennai, you could get like a 1 Mbps telephone line, right? Cable. Now you can get in Chennai probably 3 vendors offering 300 Mbps on fiber in most parts of Chennai. So the city is already covered. Now we're laying the fiber to the villages. So by this year, it's already delayed for various reasons, but by this year, we'll connect 12,650 gram panchayats across the state with a 1 gig backbone fiber with about 300 and something block connections where we'll run the ONT. So it's going to be equitable access, because these days access to the internet is almost social justice for 2 reasons. One is the amount of educational content that's on there, particularly video content, which is very effective in people learning by themselves, is so large that not having access is a debilitating limitation. And the second is that work from home or work from close to home is a model that has caught on in a big way after COVID, after the pandemic. And so giving people access to work from home or close to home, I think, is also both productivity enhancing, life quality enhancing, and socially equitable. So I think we're laying the infrastructure, we're improving the government's platforms. We are moving, like UAE, to a largely online interaction. Hundreds of services we keep on adding that you can do from the comfort of your home online, or worst case, you go to a government, franchised e-service center. And we have, in my time, we have expanded that from about 7,000 or 8,000 centers to almost 30,000 centers, so that nowhere in the state should you have to travel more than a kilometer or 2 to access all the government services. And as you know, doing it faceless brings a lot of other advantages. When you have to see an officer of the state, it brings a lot of friction costs. So we're hoping to eliminate that also.
So if you take
the fact that we are in the investment capital in some senses of this region, what is it that you would want any entrepreneur coming in from UAE or the investor to do? Is it which areas you think holds the biggest promise in the area that you're handling? And, and what is the kind of...
beyond the areas that I'm handling, I think, there's a significant Tamil expatriate population here, entrepreneurs, professionals. Of the CFO statistic that was cited earlier, I think significant number of them are Tamil as well. So, though we're not quite as proportionally represented as, let's say, Kerala, there's significant Tamil presence here of especially professional talent. In the flip side, I think the great thing about Tamil Nadu is this relative equity even in the entrepreneurial space. That is to say, the number of enterprises, the number of manufacturing companies, the number of factories. Any way you look at it, we have a lot of MSMEs that actually provide better employment and more equitable access. In some measure, I would say philosophically, the quality of a democracy is seen by the extent of the middle class, the middle scale industries. The more of those there are, the more it's an equitable democracy. In that sense, I would say Tamil Nadu is far different than, let's say, Gujarat, which has roughly the same per capita GDP, which has seen huge acceleration. But from an equitable outcome perspective, is a very, very, very different kind of growth. So our growth actually, I think, is conducive to investors, to finding the right kind of talent at all scales, 50 people, 100 people, 200 people. You don't have to be, the biggest multi-hundred, whatever, million or multi-billion dollar company. So Tamil Nadu, I think, is a very attractive destination for these kinds of SME links.
And are there any special incentives that you're offering?
Yeah, we do offer a lot of incentives, but if you look at it proportionally, it's something that's been on my mind for a while, ever since I was in finance. As a proportion of either our budget or relative to the allocations in places like Karnataka, especially Andhra, Telangana, we don't do that much. Not because of, we rarely turn down anybody. Somebody comes to us, we process them. Of course, like all government, I'd like to say we should do better, faster, less red tape, more efficiency in throughput. But right now, I don't think it's a question of denying anybody. On the other hand, it seems like, at least in my sector, the overwhelming majority of people who come and set up in Tamil Nadu, particularly in Chennai, don't even come to us. Either we've made the ease of doing business relatively good, and or the talent is so attractive that for the most part, they just come and set up on their own. If you go and do the math, I don't want to reveal too much here, but if you go and look at the budget numbers for allocations for the industries department or the IT department, we are growing without having to do that much. But we have policies. We keep on putting out new policies, incentive policies. There are two types of policies, right? Regulatory, incentive.
Right.
We keep publishing in our 4 years in government, we probably put out 15 or 18 incentive policies for GCCs, for R&D centers, for space manufacturing, for sectors, which we think are attractive. But it takes a while to process those, and many, many people come and set up without those. So that's a very interesting pattern we have.
But take a look at the fact, we are sitting in UAE, it's a federation, and the way the various components of that federation support the UAE. Take a look at India. What can we be doing? How supportive does the union need to do? Are we in the right direction in terms of it, or are we just competing within ourselves and really not leveraging India?
It's a very touchy question. I would say there are two broad themes you should think about, and at least I think about. The first is that we have great disparity between the north and the south. And let's leave the west and the east out for a second. Just look at the plain north and the south. If you look at the north and the south, in every way, from education levels to health access to social development to equitable outcomes to economic activity to per capita, forget that, to birth rates, to fertility levels, any of this, there's a big gap. It's not healthy for any country. And this is not a problem that's solvable by money. Because over the last 25 years, as I pointed out to successive finance commissions and their chairman, the net transfers financially going from the well-to-do states to the less well-off states has been only increasing, hugely increasing. And yet, the gap keeps widening. In fact, the gap keeps accelerating between the outcomes. So something is profoundly wrong, and I've said it before, I'll say it again. The future of India, only on the margin, is going to be determined by how well Tamil Nadu does, or Karnataka does, or any of the southern states do. It's going to be largely determined by how we can bring the weighted average education levels, health levels, equitable access levels up in the most populous parts of the country, in the UPs, Bihars, Madhya Pradeshes of the world, which have, collectively, 500 million people or more. So I think that's something we need to think a lot about as a country. Something is not going right and needs to be fixed. At a different level, I would say, we are in a very profound global shift in my understanding. And maybe I'm seeing it only from India, but UAE is in some sense the center of the world, the capital of capital, as they said about Abu Dhabi. But I think the post-war era, this notion of Bretton Woods, dollar as the basis for all trade, US as the kind of policeman, protector, savior of the world, NATO, UN, any number of alliances. I think that model is breaking down. I think His Excellency spoke in the morning, made a very telling point. He says, not everything should be about the US. We should also, and that's happening. Well, while I was at Stanchart, we issued the first offshore renminbi, so-called dim sum bond. And since then, there's many like it. Then there's, other, what they call masala bonds and all. So I think the notion of global capital independent of the dollar is starting to increase. It's only going one direction. Maybe it's not yet caught that inflection point of really becoming a full alternative. But so what I'm trying to say overall is the capital markets, the trade flows, the migration flows, all of these are under profound change and have been greatly accelerated in the last 3-4 months. And you've seen political outcomes, election outcomes, sometimes called early election in this era of the US administration, giving very different results than what one would have predicted. So I think it's safe to say we don't know how fast and what the end will be, but we are at an inflection point. The world order is changing. In that context, I think India has a huge opportunity, not least because we are roughly, depending on your perspective for the next 20 years, roughly about a quarter of the working age human population of the world is going to be Indian. Already the Indian kind of human capital powers lots of economies. You look around the world, you look at UAE, you look at Singapore, you look at the US, anywhere. But I'm saying it's going to become much more so, both ways, both in terms of investment coming into India to get things done and to access the Indian market, also to continue to do things for the outside. So in this era, when we have this opportunity of a 20-year equivalent of what the 1990s to 2010s was to China, the compound growth rate of 10% a year for 20, 30 years profoundly changes the world, changes the country, changes lives. That, I think we could do a lot better if the union and the states work together. Because the union is really only a kind of policy setter, framework developer, they do like the pact that was announced today, talked about today, and the UK Free Trade Agreement, and there's that. They can set policies, they can create incentives, they can give tax breaks, they can do all these things. After that, the action has to happen at the states. And in fact, at the companies, but also incentivized much more so at the states, because land is a state issue, labor is a state issue. All the things that actually need to be developed for productivity are state issues. So in that sense, I think, I've said it before, I think it would be really, really much more like a multiplier effect were the union and the states, irrespective of political parties of governments. The fact is many of the states are, not all, but many are run by regional parties or at least regional party coalitions. They're only that state. So the union is different. But, politics is politics. Growth is growth. We shouldn't have to worry about politics in the middle of focusing on growth. And I think there could be a lot better approach, and we could learn a lot from the UAE in that sense, how the Emirates work together with the presidency
So you're essentially saying brand India needs to be projected with all the strengths of the states rather than individually competing with each other and not really cohesively taking the opportunities.
I'm not worried about competition. I'm not worried about level playing field competition. I'm not worried about whether Karnataka or Tamil Nadu will get the factory. If that's the case, that we can live with. There's enough opportunity for all of us. The scale of the global shift is unimaginable, right? Just imagine what happens if 5 or 10% of the capital that has been going into China now looking for new homes. There's only so much you can put into Vietnam, and maybe Indonesia is a bit bigger, but it has its own limitations. So you're going to have to need something of the scale of India, and if you do it right, there's more than enough opportunity for everybody. I'm not worried about competition between states. I'm worried about two things. I'm worried about the cooperation between the union government and the state governments, all state governments.
Right.
In particular, the non-ruling party state governments. But more, I'm worried about this kind of directed traffic from Delhi. It says, you shall go to GIFT City. This factory shall go to that state. This kind of directed traffic with incentives matched is a very inefficient outcome. A lot of people will go and find that, and I mean, as many bankers will say, the cost of capital or the marginal incentive is not going to be a profound thing. If you have a good business environment, you have a good platform, you have a good market, you have good talent, incentives are an icing. You can't win or lose trades just on incentives, right? Not for long anyway. So I think in that sense, if it was more integrated, states and union together, and it was more equitable, level playing field, everybody try to do your best, whoever wins, wins. Then I think we'll find a natural equilibrium. For example, a lot of things in Bangalore are now reaching kind of
saturation.
Yeah, I mean, you know.
Yeah.
So I think the market will find its own level, right? We are not worried about that competition. But we could do a lot better working together than, they set policy independently, then, we have to ask for permission even to go market. It's a very disjointed, in some ways counterproductive model. In other ways, just an efficient model. In some ways, actually counterproductive model the way we have now. That could be improved a lot.
Excellent point. I mean, the reform required is there, really, to transform all that. Coming to an area of AI, and that is now dominating our lives, and everybody talks excitedly about it. You are the minister there. How do you see the potential of AI? Where can we leverage our strengths? The world leaders are elsewhere. We need to build that leadership. We had a leadership in IT services. Where can India get to the cutting edge, and how does your state or any other state work its way up?
Yeah, I think we're still in the early stages of this iteration of AI. And what I would say because of my age and how many, I lived 20 years in the US, I would say what makes this iteration different than the previous iterations is just that the almost infinite capacity to generate data, to store data, to analyze it, and even for a startup to access the equivalent of hundreds of millions of dollars worth of computing power for 2 hours or for 6 hours because of the cloud and on demand. That's what makes this a different era. That means anybody with a good idea can get access if they have the right database. So I think the sheer volume of data and the possibilities that it unleashes when you have access to high levels of computing power for short durations on demand, that's what makes this different. But having said that, this notion that somehow kind of generative AI at a broader general intelligence level is upon us, I don't agree. I see so many mistakes, so many hallucinations, so many misdirected attempts. So I think it's clearly the inflection point, but we have some time to go in my view. And what is it that's going to change, I think, is that over time, all this data is going to have to be parsed, tagged. So I just went and opened up, inaugurated a startup that works for a lot of these self-driving cars in Coimbatore about 3 months back. It is mind-boggling the amount of annotation and tagging and image fragmenting that human beings have to do in order to train the machine for it to understand every possibility of a construction site and an accident site and a bad weather site and it's just, so there's a lot of human work involved in actually getting the machine. When it gets there, it'll do all of the work, but till then it's probably a decade or so in this particular case. But I'm saying that in every case there'll be some of that. So I think the smaller language models, more custom focus, write code, for example, in this, these things are going to be upon us much faster. Mm-hmm. The broader kind of universal models are going to be a lot of time in the coming. But what is more important to me, I think, and in our state, is that we should really rethink what is it that makes a human being different than just high capability processor with infinite data. And how should we be changing the nature of education down from primary up? Till now we were training people to do jobs. That's basically the intent. If you think about it, the nature of education changed pretty dramatically. Let's say till the 18th, 19th centuries, it was very rare opportunity only to the privileged. And the notion of education was not because you would go and become a, X or Y professional, but it was to make a person cultured, erudite, thoughtful, kind of urbane, humane. And then when we made it equitable and accessible to all, we started saying, okay, now let's start shaping them. You're going to be an engineer, you're going to be a chartered accountant, you're going to be a lawyer, you're going to be... So we were basically creating expertise. And we started that fairly early, right? You have to start choosing subjects by like 9th grade or something like that. And especially relative to my time in school, we dropped a lot of the core humanities subjects. We dropped the notion of civics. Right. We did all these things that when I go out to my electorate, nobody has an idea what is the job of a local body elected representative relative to a MLA, relative to an MP, and what gets decided. These things are all gone from the curriculum. As a society, we're poorer for it. So I'm saying, so all those things, I think some of those are going to have to come back, right? Because if it's just analyzable or looking at data, then sooner or later, some AI kind of engine will do it better than 99.99% of human beings or better than 100% of human beings. I went and opened another AI startup in radiology. It's an Australian company, set up an office in Chennai. For now, they do only two things, chest x-rays and brain CT scans. These engines, because they've been trained on the entire database of all scans of all people for 20 years or something in Australia, these engines are far superior to any doctor. Because the engines can do 2-3 things that no human being is doing. It can look at this and 50 or 500 or 5,000 cases like it and start taking the diagnoses of that and starting to project it onto this. Right. Instead of just the reference that the physician asked for, it can look for patterns beyond what the physician asked for to see. It can look at a longitudinal study of this patient and say, what were the last 6 x-rays like and what does this say now? No doctor has all that in his head or her head. So at some level, these machines can do things fundamentally better because they have no limitation. So what does that mean now? Of course, regulatorily, I can't afford the machine to be a diagnoser because who's accountable if it makes a bad diagnosis? I have to have a licensed radiologist actually sign off on this still. Now what does that mean? How should we be training the radiologists? Because if the machine can do all this, what is it that the radiologist is going to be expert at? Right. So I think these kinds of things, all the way from there to the bottom of education, we need to start rethinking. We are working with some of the majors, with Google, with Microsoft, etc., at the school education level itself. But we need to do a lot more, and then it'll also require retraining of the teachers. Right? Because they're used to this kind of, relatively speaking, rote learning, regurgitation kind of education. So I think that's where the biggest need is, in my view.
It's interesting that you say that because if you look at technology, say the cell phone that we all hold, right? That's been the great leveler. All of us use it. You've seen how it is adapted in rural areas. Everyone's become their own bosses on that. Take a look at AI and the advancements that is happening in the digital phase. And you're now mentioning that even urban individuals who are studying here could be somewhat deficient in understanding this because our skill levels are not keeping in touch with it. If you had to, we talked of a tech divide, bridging that divide between rural and urban. And much of your services, as you mentioned earlier, was Panchayat. Where can we leverage these kinds of technology to start bridging that divide, to force multiply like a cell phone has done?
I think, again, I'll break that into two different questions. The first question is, of course, the cell phone and before that, the graphical user interface in general was a great leveler. Because in my time, you needed to know how to program a computer before you could use it. Now anybody gets a phone can figure out how to use it, right? In that sense, the internet is a great leveler because otherwise you had to go pay thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars to get a PhD from someplace. Now there's, that information is available for free. So technology has been a great leveler in many ways. I think AI will be a great leveler as well because I think if the machine can do a lot of the programming and interpretation, then I don't need to be so sophisticated, so specialist in computer science. In fact, the big skill now is going to be language and logic and reasoning and more kind of profound, what can I say, understanding of things like biology and chemistry rather than very specialized knowledge. But the flip side of that, I think, is in the field of education, actually AI can be hugely helpful. We have seen so many studies. Teachers are not particularly consistent when grading, when evaluating, and they are not particularly memoryful when kind of trying to mentor a student. They don't always remember the last 3 attempts of the same student for every student, especially if the student-teacher ratio is very different. So I've seen some papers, and it's a very touchy subject because, teachers are very strong unions. But I've seen a lot of, I've seen 2 or 3 papers where there's a huge improvement in learning outcomes, where AI engines are actually working with a very limited set of people, let's say 50 people or 100 people over 2 years. We started to look at some of that. I hope we'll do more of it.
And finally, we've got about a couple of minutes. Let's look at digital governance in, say, a state like Tamil Nadu, the use of AI, and how will it begin? Like we've seen the cell phone transform our lives and the way we do things. How do you leverage that in terms of our development? Because we do have still 60 to 70% of the population, needs this kind of thing, but how do we transform their lives with it?
Yeah, I think in 2 ways. The first, I think all governments in most large democracies, take the US, take the UK, take India, we have not kept up with the demands of day-to-day administration. That is, over the decades, the complexity, the scale of actually running good governance has grown possibly exponentially. And either in staffing or in investment, most governments have not kept up. The platforms are not like, having come from the banking space, my bank had 10 times better IT platform in every way, from HR to operations to ERP to finance, than the government does, right? So this is common, I think, across a lot of governments because by nature, in a democracy, politics is a very competitive business, but all governments are monopolies, right? You can only have one government. So there's not really that much incentive to do it much better unless you have a very clear link between this period's governance and next period's election outcome. And that is increasingly fraying, even assuming it was good once, it's fraying with the advent of social media and money and things like that. So what we have, I think, first is the opportunity to massively apply technology to greatly improve the efficiency of administration, the functioning of administration, the efficiency of spending. I said when I came in as finance minister that for every rupee I spend, I'm not sure whether I'm getting 60 or 70 or 75 paisa of benefit. I don't know how much the leakage is. I don't know what the inefficiency. So those kinds of things I think we can do a lot better. And we have, in the last 4 years in our government, we have done significantly well.
In fact, you have something that Tamil Nadu digital transformation.
From the beginning, from the first time, I probably did more of it when I was Minister for Finance and Human Resources than I am now Minister for IT, though the entity operates under me. It's called the Tamil Nadu E-Governance. Right. No, that's a policy, but the agency is called the Tamil Nadu E-Governance Agency.
Right.
And that's where we first integrated all the databases from public distribution system to driving license to land records to beneficiary payments to school records and to university records. We started getting a picture of who's who, what benefits are they entitled to, are they getting it, are they actually, we found a lot of people who are getting like pensions who are not alive, they were in the death register. And so, once you start having this, you can greatly increase the efficiency of spend. And what I'm very proud about now that I'm in this department, we have all these new programs to increase the attendance rate of government school children in colleges. Though Tamil Nadu has the highest ratio, we have roughly 50% of every graduating high school student goes to college, to a higher education. Wow. It's like double the national average. That's the goal of this NEP 2020, but we've already achieved it. Right. But there was wide disparity in that. We found that girls from government schools were not actually going because of financial limitations. So anyway, we did a bunch of programs. Again, I announced that when I was finance minister. But what we do now, because we have the records, we know ahead of time which girl going to college is eligible for the scholarship payment, and we notify her.
Wow.
You are going to be eligible for the scholarship payment. When you enroll in a college, we will know that you have enrolled in a college and we'll send you the payment automatically. So all these have basically greatly improved both equitable access, because otherwise you had to go put some paper, some human being had to say it's okay, then they had to give you a certificate. So now the system knows already. Of course, the system may not be perfect. Then you can come and ask for recourse. But for the overwhelming majority, for lakhs and lakhs of students every month, and for something like 1.1, so like 11 million something women every month. These payments are done automatically through the computer, through a payment gateway, without anybody having to do any additional work, right? So from special cases like pension validation that you're still alive, to scholarships, to these universal, relatively universal schemes, the technology, the cell phone, the payment gateways have greatly made it more equitable, more efficient, and more robust. And I think this is just the beginning. I think there's a lot more we can do like that.
And finally, in the 2 minutes we have, if you had to tell the UAE investor about Tamil Nadu, 3 things that you would say, come, what would it be?
I think it's a place where doing business is relatively easy. We've always had a global mindset, going back thousands of years, or maybe 2,000 years. The logic of Yadum Ure, Yavarum Kelir, all towns are our town, all people are our people. So we have a very open mindset. We have a very global diaspora and network. A lot of people who come back are our diaspora setting up companies. We have unparalleled talent pool. I think it's safe to say of the scale that we have, there's no other place in the world where you'll find this many qualified people of young age as a talent pool. And I would say that, with the global shifts, as we're seeing the shift away from China, at best, de-risking future investments and if possibly more moving away. For example, Tamil Nadu has become #1 in electronics goods export in 3 years from #4.
True. That's true.
A lot of it actually is iPhone assembly, which shifted from China and is now being done in Tamil Nadu in large factories by the Taiwanese contractors. So I think the ecosystem is there in electronics, in automotive. We have big intellectual capital every year for the last 6 years. The most number of patent registrations has happened in Chennai. So we have a good ecosystem of industry and suppliers and up and down the spectrum. So it's easier to fit in, and we have at all scales from 50%, 100% small enterprises all the way to, I think, Hyundai's second biggest production center is in Chennai after their hometown in South Korea. So I think in that sense, it's a very conducive place for investment, and we're very happy to work with global investors, global companies for mutual benefit.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a very warm round of applause. Pannavel Tyagarajan, Doctor, erudite, informative, and as usual, always entertaining to listen to. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Insightful words, and of course, we will keep in mind all those visionary aspects that you've shared with us on this forum. Thank you so much. Requesting a token of appreciation to be brought into the stage. Mr. Raj Chengappa to please present the token of appreciation. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Cabinet Minister for Information Technology and Digital Services at Tamil Nadu.
We have the honor of having Mr. Menon, Dr. Menon over here.
Not doctor. I don't know who
Okay, but I think in terms of real estate, you would be one. But coming to the story that you symbolize on this, and the fact that we have UAE the way it is transformed, what was the big change that you found that made the difference for UAE? In your experience, what did UAE give that was, your people like you to sort of come here, flourish, and build businesses of this size? What would that be? If you can just use the mics.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm meeting Raj for the first time today, even though we have been corresponding with each other for almost 4 years. He's a great human being, and it's a great privilege to be with him today.
Thank you. That's very kind of you, sir.
And the question which you asked about UAE, actually I've spent about 49 years in the Gulf now. And it has been a great experience. I came with $7.50. That's a beginning. And that was about 49 years back. The main thing about me is I have to give a little bit of introduction about myself. I am not properly educated because I dropped out of the university. I went to a Malayalam school. So I was not able to construct one sentence in English when I came out of the school.
Wow.
This is a real truth. And those days, we used to wear shorts and shirt and go to the school, walking 3 miles and back again 3 miles. And, not able to communicate. That was a beginning. So first thing is to learn to communicate. That was a task rather than doing great business. Ability to communicate was very important at a very young age. I lost my father when I was 10 years old, and we have 5 in the family. So it was all, my father was a businessman, and his death really created a lot of issues for the family. Coming back to your question, let me not, because maybe I may run out of time.
No, but it's fascinating. Please, no, let it flow, yeah.
I came to Oman first, and then Oman created me. The PNC Menon was created by Oman. Number of years, and I went into interior business. And we became number 1 in that country in terms of, I'm very fussy about the quality of what we do. And it still continues. I'm 77 years now, and my son has already joined. He's a chairman of the company.
He's here, seated with us.
With me. And he finishes engineering, unlike me, unqualified. But he has been in the business for 20 years already. So when you send me an invitation to be here, it is a great honor and privilege. It's
our honor, sir.
Because your brand is unbelievable. The bosses of India Today is also there. So in UAE, of course, I came with a little bit of background in terms of quality and finishes. It's not the first time. I've been doing palaces before I came to UAE. Multiple palaces I've done. And it's not, the customers or the clients are very, very big people, the rulers of different parts of this region. And it was definitely an honor to be here. And I thought, we'll start with real estate, which I did in 2010-11. I started here. 14 years, 24 years.
Yeah, 14,
2011. Years, sorry. 14 years, and I think we are probably, in quality, I'm not being arrogant, I'm sure there'll be some real estate people in here, and we've become number 1 in terms of quality. And the most important for us is, we were also, Harvard University, and we talked about backward integration. So they were not prepared to accept. I said, so many people are there in real estate business. Nobody does backward integration. So the most beautiful part is they went into a research. It took about 6 months for them to do the research. Finally, they come out that it's very true. That backward integration can definitely help the industry. So I came with that background. Backward integration, and we had already created a real estate business in Bangalore-based. And, but here the opportunities are much bigger. Why the opportunity? This is an international stage. And I went to backward integration. We got huge factories here. And that helped me in delivering to the clients, on time with the highest quality. That's our background. And UAE, probably, I think I'll thank the rulers of Dubai, particularly. The kind of support which we got is unbelievable. Because this kind of support, we are extending, we have already gone to United States. We are in Australia now. We have not started the project. And we are planning to be in UK also. That decision was taken only yesterday. So 3+1, that's what it's going to be. 3 countries and Dubai. UAE, not Dubai, UAE. So in UAE, we are also we have extended to Al Sinai project and Guain. That's we have partnered with the royalty in that place.
Right.
And also we are starting in Abu Dhabi, and hopefully Ras Al Khaimah, hopefully.
Absolutely. So, sir, 49 years.
And, we have seen the way you have expanded beyond India. Now you're talking about UK and Australia also as your next go-to destinations. But when we talk about Dubai, everybody, while coming from the airport, did witness that amazing skyline. What we want to know from you, sir, that when the city is awash with all those luxury offerings, what is it that you are carving a niche for yourself at Sobha? What is the DNA of your differentiation that you're offering to people here, sir?
Backward integration. I think we are the only company in the whole world with backward integration.
Can you just explain, if you're not in the real estate business, what is backward integration?
See, we are making buildings.
Right.
So starting with it has to be designed. So we got 500 architects.
500?
500 architects sitting in Dubai.
Right. I think if you just... your voice
sorry.
Yeah.
500 architects sitting in Dubai, and probably that may be the biggest architectural company in Dubai, and we do not do architecture for others. We do not do contracting for others. We do not do manufacturing for others. So all these things are backward integration to support the delivery of the product. Normally the delivery is minimum 6 months in advance. Suppose we say that we'll January 2026, it will be delivered July, August in this year. This is a very big thing for us. And we don't depend on any supplier, contracting, designing, manufacturing. All that we do are total control of the project. And that's the reason why we are able to deliver before time. And quality, of course, it's my DNA. It's very important. I think I'm not being arrogant. Very difficult to beat me on that front. Quality.
So, what would your advice be to investors coming in here, real estate entrepreneurs coming from India or UAE from UAE going to India? What would your advice be? Because you've seen the 40 years or 50 years of
I've been in this business for many years now, many decades. I will say that it is real estate business is the same as India. People vote that they buy a parcel of land, they get it designed by an outside entity, design company, and then they give it contracting to some others, and then do the marketing and selling. So the role we have is completely different. Right from identifying the land, getting it designed within our studio, and then start construction, sell it, and every millimeter of the product is closely watched. And we have the capability because backward integration. And so when we go to America, because even in the United States, there's no such company. So I think we may have a slight edge, even in America, Australia also. Probably Australian product will be commissioned, or we'll be launching it before the end of this year. And yesterday I was thinking that do we go public? My son is much against going public. But I thought, for us this is a global company. Probably the only global company. Even though I'm 77, my son is only 43. So he can continue,
Right.
the thing, and which is professionally run also. We have 38,000 people working here in Dubai.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And hopefully by another 3-4 years, we may touch about 50,000 people here.
Right.
And wherever we go, the same model we follow because it's a successful model. So, I will say that, the most important for Indian, there's nothing different. Only thing is that the quality requirement is slightly higher and people pay a better price here. And you can deliver it better because a lot of things, this country is a huge magnet for investors and entrepreneurs.
Absolutely. Yeah. So, sir, just to take that point extending further,
on the investment part, we are seeing so many ads these days on social media inviting all Indians to explicitly invest in real estate in Dubai. I want to ask you, since you have projects both in India and Dubai, what will you guide the average first-time home buyer? Where should he buy the first house? In Dubai or in India?
In Dubai, it's different, No headache.
Right.
First thing is
you're saying no
headache.
headache. Yeah.
Zero headache. Absolutely no headache, because I've been in this part of the world for 49 years. I'm not talking about another country. If you ask me about Saudi Arabia, I'll have my own reservations. I think yesterday I was thinking we should go to Saudi Arabia, but morning I thought, no, we will not go to Saudi Arabia. Because probably I'm spoiled by Dubai and UAE. Dubai is unbelievable. Nobody comes after you. Business, nobody comes after you. And the total freedom, and the government supports you so beautifully. That's the biggest benefit of Dubai. Buying in India and Dubai, I will say buy in Dubai.
Buy in Dubai.
Yeah.
And tell us, that's a very interesting point. You said Oman built you, right, in some senses. What is the difference that UAE brings? That you'd rather do business here than in other parts of the Gulf or elsewhere in the world?
I think this is the biggest market in the Gulf. I will say that even though I'm a citizen of Oman also.
Okay.
I hold a passport of Oman.
Right.
My children also. But I will say that the opportunities here is about 10 times or 100 times. And very comfortable. Speed. You get a permission within 3 to 4 weeks in this country. You can buy a piece of land here. The whole due diligence can be done within about 2 weeks. There's no complications.
I'm not saying how much in India that would be.
India is difficult. First of all, you have to be very careful in buying a piece of land in India. The reason there could be a lot of legal problems, which will not be there on the surface. Sometimes it comes when the building is completely finished. All these things we go through, but the market is big. But if you really ask me the numbers, we are doing $8 billion here per annum. And India, we do about 10,000 crores, $1.odd billion. So there's a huge difference between the volume of business that we can do in India. There are two multiple locations. Here, one location, we are doing $8 billion. And it's all delivered on time. And now this year, last year onwards, the income tax came here, corporate tax, a 9%, small tax. And I feel that is the best thing which has happened to the country and to the businessmen here, because it will support the country for its infrastructure, the best infrastructure we have. Nothing we pay other than this 9% tax, which has been introduced only last year.
How do you see, sir, the move or the shift from luxury premiumization to even mid-tier luxury, compact living? How are those trends emerging both in India and in the UAE as well, sir?
There is a huge market in the lower part because, people cannot afford. Here it's slightly better because, the investors from India and other parts of the world, they come and invest. They have a larger amount of money to invest. And we generally do not look at lower end because I feel that I don't have the capability. It is starting from mid-end to high-end. That's where we concentrate. Even there, we have an opportunity of doing $8 billion. It can probably, if I stretch a little bit, it can go up to $10 billion. So what I'm thinking is, probably I have reached the maximum in this part of UAE, and I have decided that we are not going to Saudi Arabia. Then there is no third place in these Gulf states. So what we'll do is we have expanded to UK, United States, and Australia. And he has not come. Apart from my son, there is a gentleman by name Francis, who is our managing director. He has not come today because I didn't bring him purposely because I thought, let me restrict this.
No, you're most welcome. You should have told us. We'd have happily welcomed him here.
Francis has been with us for last 23 years. Fresh graduate, gold medal from Tamil Nadu. And he has been with us for 23 years. From management training to managing director.
Wow.
So he's a big support for the company. Apart from my son is from the family. And he also did his engineering. He was also a rank holder. And I think things are going all right.
What would your advice be? Like you came many years back, decades back, and grew. A young entrepreneur coming to Dubai or UAE and wanting to do real estate, what would your advice be to him?
First advice, if they are from India?
Yeah, if they're coming from India and saying, okay, I want to start business
First
like
thing is honesty.
Honesty.
You've got to be very honest here. That helps you to build your business.
Okay.
So I will say the first qualification, first advice I will say is, please be honest. I have not paid. I have not paid. I have not paid. 1 dirham bribe in this country.
Wow.
You don't have to pay.
That's something.
So
That's something.
it is so comfortable. Nobody is looking for it, and we are not prepared to pay.
And what would be the next qualities? Okay, honesty is very important.
Honesty and capability. You have to be very capable. This is an international market. So you have to be extremely capable when the product comes, say real estate. The product is very important. And the ability to deliver product on a timely basis. If you're a smart business, all these things can be done.
So in India, I want to understand, over the past many years, policies have been changing. RERA was brought in as well. Just wanted to understand, since you've been in business for many decades and have been seeing what problems has the real estate industry gone through. There has been a huge trust deficit between the home buyers, the developers at large. Have most of the issues now put to rest, or do you think still a lot needs to be done when it comes to transparency and, like you also pointed out, honesty when it comes to real estate, sir?
Which market are you
In
talking?
India.
Indian market. I think we are yet to start. This is the truth. There is so much of opportunity. Primarily, I will go to my grandfather. They were very honest. The dishonesty came only post, I think, people who were born before 1970. They are the dishonest people of India.
You're the dishonest. Okay, I thought you were the honest.
70
time before
onwards.
70.
70 onward, the new generation, extremely honest. You belong to that.
Right, she's smiling. And I'm looking.
Because they're generally born honest.
Right.
And that's the advantage we have in this country.
Right.
The youngsters who come from India, they're highly trusted by the Emiratis, the government, and the entrepreneurs. We have no issue with Indians. And Indians, they definitely contribute for the benefit of the institution. Most of them are very well qualified. If you're not an engineer, I don't take in the company. You have to be a qualified engineer or a chartered accountant.
Right, but if you look at Dubai investing in India, a lot of the Dubai big businesses now beginning to invest. What is the advice you would give India to welcome the kind of investment and increase that investment? What would you tell your Indian counterparts over there?
First of all, we have to improve our infrastructure, number one, which we are doing. But it's not enough. We just started only. And secondly, to the bureaucracy and the red tape, we have to definitely cut it down. The opportunity is so plenty. We got human resources also. If you really ask about technical support, the technician, a mason or a carpenter or a steel bender, the possibility is immense. But we are still struggling to get good human resource. With 1.4 billion population in India, we struggle.
You would never want to come back to India and do big structures? Why?
I'm very happy. I'm born
your children are here, and why don't you see India as a great opportunity rather than Australia, New Zealand? Why don't you all come and do the same qualities of DNA that you've talked about? Why can't you do that in India?
With my experience of 30 years in India now, 30 years I've been there doing business. First I started here, close 50 years back. Then I started in India. I think we have to, maybe by grandchildren time, it could be better. Then they can take a decision. This is the truth. Huh?
Wow. And why do you say that? Why do you say that? It's a very powerful statement. Why do you say that? Because all of us need to introspect and think if a big businessman like you doesn't look at India as an opportunity.
I think more than me, you being the king of media.
No, that's Arun Puri.
Because, I will say that you will be able to make a statement better than me. One thing I've decided, I've shifted all my children here. They all live here. We have called their local passports. And secondly, I told my son, don't move now. Even United States, even UK, even in Australia, don't. This is the best country for you. Their children, they have to take a decision. Whether it's going to be India or some other place, they have to take the decision.
Sir, help me understand, okay, just taking that point further.
I got just 6 minutes to go.
What are the 3 things that you believe India needs to do to be able to attract global investors, developers like you?
To India?
To India.
First thing is, Indian businessmen, their gut, it is made out of platinum.
Platinum. And what is that? Not compliment or?
The strength of the metal, Guts. Their guts. Indians have got the guts.
Right.
But if you come and spend about 10 years here, you will become unfit to do business in India. Sorry for saying this, but this is the truth. A lot of people will not say all this.
I'm glad you're frank.
You may get into problem. Making a statement itself get into problem.
So, okay, that's one. In India, you need guts of platinum, and here it's fine. You can, I don't know which metal, not gold, I'm sure, but whatever. And what's the second quality you think that, if you have to do business?
We have not shown. Then we are stopping at 10,000 crores. We are not planning to expand. India, for example, Mumbai. Mumbai is gold, base of gold. But the problem of getting a piece of land. Getting a piece of land in Mumbai is so difficult. We are the right developers for India, actually, if you really ask me. I'm not being arrogant. Because we are totally backward integrated. So much of knowledge. I started this when I was 21. 56 years of experience. That, I've always feel, when I go to Bombay, even today, that dream is there. Build something which India has not seen. Only place which has got that opportunity is Mumbai, not even Delhi.
Really?
In fact, you've mentioned that in the past also, that how you want to replicate the Dubai model for Mumbai. Yeah. That's what you've mentioned. How do you plan to do that over the next 5-10 years?
I hope before I die, because I'm already 77. I do not know how many years I've lived. But I feel that Mumbai is the only, according to me, only city in India which can give you that opportunity. And it is, if you really have me, it's less complicated also. Mumbai is less complicated compared to Delhi.
So why do people from, say, Kerala, the state of Kerala, come out and do far better in places here than if you stayed back in Kerala and you lived there? What's the difference? Why does this happen?
If you're looking for destruction, you can start in Kerala.
Destruction.
You understand, there's a truth. If you want destruction, please go to Kerala. I grew up in Kerala.
Right.
I went to school barefooted, and I was not able to communicate anything other than Malayalam. With all that, I will say that, the thinking has become different also. 50 years of thinking has so much, it's like comfortable chair. This place has spoiled all of us. Because extraordinary comfort. So why should I look for any other place which is so? But Bombay dream is there, still there.
We're getting someone from Maharashtra this afternoon to talk about investments in Maharashtra. Since you said Bombay and the market is there, what advice would you give the Maharashtra government to say, look, someone like me can come there, but you need to change things? What would those 3 or 4 things be?
Mumbai is already on the move.
Right.
It's the commercial capital of India. And of course, politicians are all the same. That you have to give a certain margin for it. Right. You cannot avoid that. But that I'm prepared to accept for Mumbai.
Right.
You understand, Because the opportunity, it's a dream. It's not normal. It's a big dream.
Sakshi,
Sir,
last question.
I think I'm running out of my time.
She'll ask the last
Just about 1.5 minutes remaining, and I want you to throw in for all our viewers. Last 49 years, the 3 key learnings that you've had as a realtor that all the future entrepreneurs in this space can actually implement to probably replicate the success that you've seen in real estate in India.
In India? See, India's just started.
Yeah.
When I came to India 30 years ago, it was different. Today it's different. So I will say that for me, a person like me, there's a huge opportunity for me to be in Mumbai.
Yeah.
I need media to support me.
Your voice is being heard.
So to tell the people, there's no better place in India compared to the rest of the places. I'll say Mumbai is a heaven. But there are problems. I think I'll go through the problems for Mumbai.
You'll go through the problems, but you will be excited about Mumbai, is what you're saying.
And you don't want to touch my city, Bangalore.
And what about Delhi?
Bangalore, we have already established very well.
Right.
And it is not as complicated as northern part of India.
But Delhi? Delhi, you don't want to touch it all.
No, Delhi, we are already there.
Right.
We are already there.
But you don't want to expand business.
The dream is Mumbai.
Okay.
Even if I cannot afford to dream because I'm already 77. But still, I will say that there's a element of doing something.
Well, we're here and we hope that your dreams are fulfilled, and Maharashtra and Mumbai hear your call to come and make a transformation over there.
You also.
And yes, please, Sakshi, the honors. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for all your insights, and thank you so much for your wisdom that you've shared over the last 50 years, what you managed to create for yourself. Congratulations, and we hope that more and more people can actually learn, and we are able to make our country much better for all the developers like yours to come and set it up here. Let me now invite Mr. Manoj Sharma to please come up on stage to present a token of appreciation to you, sir, for being with us.
Thank you for your candor and honesty. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's move forward to our next session now. Our next session is titled Seeding Tomorrow, Big Ideas, Smart Capital. And this session explores the transformative power of visionary ideas, strategic capital in shaping tomorrow's economies, and we will be actually seeing spectacular men now coming on the stage from the world of business, banking, to really help us understand how things have evolved and what is it that they can be looking forward to. We will have industry leaders in global finance to discuss sovereign-backed venture capital, corporate innovation, and how are these shaping the next frontiers of growth, especially in the India-Gulf corridors. The session also explores how Indo-UAE collaboration is fostering scalable innovations, optimizing capital flows, and creating a robust ecosystem that drives sustainable economic growth through advanced solutions as well. Let me call upon stage our next set of speakers. Mr. Rajneesh Kumar, Chairman, Bharat Pay and ex-Chairman of State Bank of India. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Rajneesh Kumar for being on the stage with us. We're also welcoming now Siddharth Balachandran. He's the Executive Chairman and the CEO of Bumeric Corporation. Warm welcome to you, sir. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Siddharth Balachandran. And I'd now like to call upon stage the moderator of this session, Mr. Anilesh Mahajan, the Deputy Editor of India Today magazine, to carry forward the conversation.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We have with us Mr. Rajneesh Kumar, Sir, it was, very half introduction of yours. If I could elaborate a bit, that you have been advising many of the star unicorns and star startups in India, and one of the most sought after advisor in our part of the world, plus you also sit on the HSBC's Asia Pacific board. Sir, we will be taking a lot of your expertise and experience to understand many of the things, but I'm told that you'll be beginning the session with the keynote speech. So may I invite you to deliver your keynote address, sir?
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, my thanks to India Today Group for giving me this opportunity. The session also, I think the title is very wonderful. We are talking here about time, we are talking here about ideas, and we are talking here about money without which this world doesn't move. So on my left, here is a person who has all the money, I understand, to make it move. So not necessarily in the same order, let me first put my thoughts around idea. And here, let me start with a quote by Albert Einstein, who said, "Creativity is seeing what everyone has seen and thinking what no one else has thought." And so true. The apple was falling for the tree for thousands and thousands of years. But it was only about 350 years ago that Newton saw it, thought about it, and wrote his laws around motion and gravity. But that was a different time, not very long ago, 350 years if we look at the human history. But the age of technology in which we live, 350 years is a very long time. Now things happen in seconds and minutes and hours. Just to put the things in context about how things are changing so fast. So 30 years ago, we were not aware of Microsoft. Windows came around 1990. We were not aware about Facebook. The mobile or smartphone, which now is in everybody's pocket, the first iPhone came in 2007. Internet banking, maybe the protocols were established in 1983, but the number of users at the beginning of the century, 40 million, now around 5 billion. Number of smartphone users, almost entire universe. 80 to 85% people have smartphones. So if we just introspect and look that half of our life of many people who are of my age, it was all without all these things. Newer generation, it's different. They have started with all these things. And just again, to give you an idea about what is happening on the technology front. So this is about like last 35 years. But when we are talking in this theme about tomorrow. So what I believe that what we did in 35 years, maybe it will happen in 5 years. So very difficult to see in the future. But future of mobility. There's a talk in India about Hyperloop, where using Hyperloop you can travel between Delhi and Mumbai in 2 hours. So maybe, as of now, a stage of imagination, but maybe tomorrow it will be a reality. Already they have advanced quite a bit on that front. And no conversation about future is complete without the role of artificial intelligence. It is the buzzword. You take any sector and people talk about AI. Be it health, be it agriculture, be it education, be it space, defense, whatnot. So every aspect of human life, it is all about AI. And while the industrial revolution, it augmented muscle power, AI, it is augmenting human power. And a combination of human intelligence and artificial intelligence is going to break all frontiers and barriers. And the world, imagine 25 years from now, maybe what was in the realm of movies and Star Wars, that will all come true. So this is the power of intelligence and technology. Let me touch a little bit about the technology, how and what is happening in India and what is happening on the startup front in particular. So I happen to be the chairman of BharatPay, a startup. After spending 40 years in a legacy institution of the size of State Bank of India, I came to BharatPay, a startup, in 2021. And just to share a very small story, how it started, and this will give you an idea about how ideation happens, and some of the ideas flourish. Of course, many of them do not. So it's a very fascinating story about our two young people. One was in the first year of IIT Delhi, and one was a dropout, not a technical person. But when I interacted with him, I consider him to be one of the best brains in technology, without having formally been educated in technology. And the problem, when they used to buy for payments, so go to any merchant and there are multiple machines or multiple QR codes for scan and pay. And what they thought, that why can't it be integrated and become interoperable? And in the first 6 months, they designed it and put 500 such QR codes which were interoperable, single QR code, so convenient for merchants. So a problem being solved, and ideation coming from students. And from where the money comes in, if they have to explain. So first round of money comes from the parents, 50 lakh of rupees. The second round comes from angel investors, 2 or 3 crore rupees from family, friends, it gets expanded. The first round, what is called A series round, that happened when the investors like Sequoia Capital, who was big in investing in startups in India, they took a bet, and in 2018 they invested at a valuation of $7 million. In 2021, when the last round happened, what is called Series Z, it was worth 2.8 billion. So you need idea and you need capital. If capital is not there, as I said, without money, nothing happens in this world. So you definitely need money. And what type of money we are talking about? So at the different stages of development of any business or corporation, the nature of capital, it changes. So initially it is, as I said, that it is your family, friends, what we call angel investors, and then the venture capital, and then ultimately the enterprise grows, private capital, then public capital, then bank capital. So the doors open as you grow and as you demonstrate the success of the idea. So the idea can come in a flash, like it came as a flash in Newton's mind, or idea can come when you look around the problems around you and you try to solve them. And what I can say about India today, that because we are a population of 1.4 billion people, it has its own problems. And watch all these young people, 80,000 of them at the last count, startups, and which is going to be estimated to be 180,000 by the year 2030. So what are they trying to do? They are looking at problems. They are looking at the problems where the legacy institutions, they have not looked that way. They are looking from a new lens. They are doing ideation and they are trying to solve those problems. So what did BharatBit do? It solved the problem of small merchants. It solved the problem of payment simplified. And now we have a very flourishing merchant network in tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 cities. It is not metro or large cities. Those merchants who could not access formal credit markets, we enable them to access credit markets because we have access to their cash flows. And this is only one small example. There are bigger examples like Zomato, which is a worth $22 billion company. Again, an IIT graduate. We had a great EdTech. Unfortunately, today it has become a little bit of a not so respectable word. But we had an EdTech where the valuation was $22 billion and was expected to go to $40 billion. And here brings me to the last point in this conversation. It is about not only the capital. We are talking here about smart capital. And to me, smart capital means that spot the opportunity, take the risk, which you are good at, but at the same time, what has become important and which is a big learning from the experience with the startups in India, or maybe elsewhere also, is about we need a good blend of entrepreneurship, young energy, and gray hair, or people like with no hair like me. If you have that, a blend of experience, a blend of young energy, and good ideas, which may be new or which may be oriented towards solving a problem, then a country like India, I think, returns are to be made. Because I have always believed that the international capital in particular, it doesn't go anywhere for the love of that country. It goes where they can have decent return on capital, or rather the best return as compared to any other opportunity. So if you ask me, with all my experience in India, in the banking and financial sector, and now with the new age tech company, or what you call fintech, it's a land of opportunities. And why I say so, we have a very good startup ecosystem. The companies are present in all sectors. You name it. Agri-tech, I said, health tech, education tech, space tech, defense tech also we have seen. We have got some flavor of it in last few days about the defense tech capabilities also. So it is all about technology now. And the government support for startups is huge. They want our entrepreneurs to flourish. A very active startup encouragement program which was formulated in 2016. I'm not going into the details. We have the technical minds. IITs, of course, are a very well-known brand, but India produces more than 100,000 engineers. Maybe they are not from the top institutions like IIT. But as I gave the example, having a technology or technical qualification is something, and having that band of mind, it's a bit different and it can also succeed. So with this, I will conclude, and then I think we have a question-answer session. And if there are more questions, I will be happy to answer that. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Rajnishi, you have made my job a lot easier by giving us a very beautiful case study. The question which comes to my mind is that, even in Dubai, there are a lot of sovereign funds, Dubai, Abu Dhabi. ADIA has already started, their office in Ahmedabad, Gift City near Ahmedabad. So, they are backing some of the young, early stage entrepreneurs. How do you, since you are advising many of them, how do you, advise them to make their projects or their entrepreneurial ventures more bankable for these sovereign funds? Especially, when we all understand that early stage entrepreneurials are, high risk capital, and sovereigns are generally, they look for yield cos and, low risk projects. So how do you advise them? What sort of things go in your mind and your prodigy's mind, sir? Mike is yours.
So a little bit of correction here. These are not bankable projects. If they were bankable, then I at State Bank of India probably would be funding them. So the capital which we are talking about, so all investors, they have their focus. And some of the sovereign funds, they have all. So their funds would be invested in public markets, their fund would be invested in private markets, and they may be having funds for early stage or what is called venture capital. So the venture capital, the investing philosophy is very different, and maybe one or two out of their investments succeed. But whatever succeeds, it makes up for the loss for the rest of the year. Am I correct? So that is how it works. So as I was mentioning, that anyone who has that risk appetite and wants to invest, the key things to look at is, one of course is about whether the venture would succeed or not succeed. When somebody is putting money, they believe that it will succeed. But the idea may not succeed. That is also a given inherent risk in venture capital. I would say that they must insist on that how the company will be run and governed. There, the presence of people with experience that can help in avoiding the pitfalls we saw with a couple of investments which people made in startups in India. But this is a capital which has higher risk appetite and it gets higher reward. It's a simply pure risk reward matrix. And the bank capital is a low risk, low reward capital. We give money at 9%. But a venture capital, they would expect 20x, 30x. And that is the case. The Bharat Pay I was talking about. So from 7 million in 2018 to 2.8 billion in 2021 or currently. So it is 20x. So that is the beauty of the venture capital. But there may be one Bharat Pay and 8 others where you lose money. But the average return, I think, the expectation is around 25 to 30% return. So it's all about the same principles apply for investment, whether it is equity or capital. One is, who is the entrepreneur, what is his intent, and about the success of the venture, because a lot of ideas being tried, as I said, some will succeed and some will not succeed.
Thank you, Rajneeshji. Here I bring Siddharth Balachandran. He is Executive Chairman and CEO of Bloomberg Corporation. Siddharth, you are investing in India through many of your vehicles. What is your philosophy, when you evaluate the Indian ventures? How do you want to invest? What sort of thinking goes into your mind before putting your penny?
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Kumar. See, I think the philosophy is and has always been, as a fundamental investor, a pursuit of permanence. I think that has always been my philosophy, and I've tried to manifest that into various decisions that I make. So the first question in extension to that was, what is permanence, the definition of permanence? And then I sort of extrapolated that into something that is intangible, which is, so for me, democracy is a must. When I look at a market, I think, so if the political system reflects a modicum or a sustainable sense of democracy, then that becomes a favorable market for me. And then the next stage of my decision making would be to find institutions that mirror the country. So for me, if my sense, my definition of permanence is my country, India, and the next stage would be to find institutions that mirror India or reflect India. And for me, one of the first investments that I had made, and which has gained reasonable significance of eyeballs because of the growth, not of the institution only, but also of India, which resonates in that institution, is Bombay Stock Exchange. So when to put it in numbers perspective, as you were saying, it is not necessarily that only a startup can have that sort of elasticity in numbers. Because the Bombay Stock Exchange, I think in 2009, 2010 was my first foray into that. And it had a market capitalization of 2,000 crores, which at that time felt very insignificant for me, because you're talking about a population base of 1 billion at that time, and 145 crore now. So yesterday, Bombay Stock Exchange crossed 1 trillion. 1 trillion rupees in market cap. And you're talking about a 15-year period. Now, if that isn't significance, then I don't know what is. So I think you could sort of cite me as an example of this translation of this philosophy into an actual decision in a 175-year-old company or a 150-year-old company. So India is blessed, as he just mentioned, not only to have a healthy startup ecosystem. I think we have one of the most robust regulatory framework in the world. And that helps to sort of make your decision and corroborate that decision with actual action. So yeah, so this is in a nutshell what I think.
Thank you, Siddharth. Rajnishi, if I can bring you in this conversation, you have seen both the world's private sector as well as through State Bank of India, largely a public sector staff. When people like Siddharth see a great story in India, promising companies, what sort of institutional framework do you think needs to come in where people can discount some of the over-amplified valuations and make their investment based on durable and inclusive values? What sort of corrections do you need? Do you want to have?
No, that again depends upon investors' perspective and what kind of investors they are. So Siddharth has already outlined his investment philosophy. So some investors or in capital is just for quick money. They work on technicals. They don't look at fundamentals even. Mostly playing in public markets. And the long-term investors, then they would look at fundamentals. They will look at corporate governance. They will look at the history of an institution and then take their call. Their returns would obviously be not fast. They need patience. But ultimately, in the long run, institutions like where I worked, the State Bank of India, it has consistently given good, decent return. Not spectacular, where you make 100% return in 6 months, but consistent, 15, 20% return. Some years may be bad, but it averages out. So it is the investment philosophy and the nature of the capital that would determine that what they are picking. And as there is a different type of capital on the supply side, there are different type of companies on the demand side. So you have to match. Whatever your investment philosophy, there is available opportunity. It's all about matching.
Any institutional framework do you think back home we need to put in place so that these investments are safeguarded, channelized well, and informed well before making the bets?
No, we have a very robust framework. When it comes to investments, SEBI is one of the most advanced and tech-savvy institution. This institution itself is 30-year-old, and but the kind of framework which they have set up, whether for public markets or alternate investment funds, through which most of the private capital comes, I don't think there is anything missing, but always there is, like time to time, demands come and they respond to that. But Siddharth already, I think, covered that point, that when it comes to regulation and laws and the safety of the money or the protecting the investors, the laws are very clear, they are well laid, and I don't think there are any gaps there as of now. If there is any, Siddharth will tell.
I second that.
Siddharth, you have been investing in it from education to infra in India. So what sort of new promising areas you are looking at? We are sitting in Dubai, and many of your peers must be taking cues from you before getting into it or buying into the Indian opportunity. So what sort of new areas are you looking at, or are you still comfortable putting in your money in the low risk areas, or any promising areas you want to explore?
See, I think risk is a word that is cliched, overstated, misunderstood. I believe that every investor, every person, when you start the day, undergoes a certain amount of risk. Obviously, that is reflected into tangible asset classes like money and gold and equities as well. Now, to get back to your question, I think India's potential cannot be measured in terms of pure dollars or rupees, whatever currency systems you have in place. I think India's potential is reflected in each and every aspect of the 145 crore population base that we have. Then that is our capital. Now, if State Bank of India is able to lend so much, it has a reasonable, sizable capital base. Imagine if India was an institution like that. The capital is something that is elastic, intangible, and powerful. So each and every person of that institution becomes an asset. Now, the beauty is there are only 11 crore of that 145 crores who are actually investing. And if we are number 4 in the world in terms of GDP, and if America is number 1, their investor base penetration is 30%. So I'm not even talking about 30%. Even if you become a 10%, even if you become a 15%, you are going to see a multiplication of the GDP and in as less a time as possible. So the 30 trillion target that we have, 2047, many people think it's impossible. I think it's possible. Probably a couple of years earlier. So the sectors that I would consider important in terms of both revenue generation and wealth creation, banks and financial institutions. I think that is a multi-tiered growth opportunity waiting. And this is not, I'm not talking about new age banks or nationalized banks, nothing of that sort. I think every institution in that sector is an is an explosion of wealth waiting to happen. Now, when it happens, how it happens, we cannot go into details. It will happen. But that is something in terms of opportunity, which I am currently I've started accruing, and my accrual process takes a few years, but I've started, and SBI has been my first. And LIC my second. So, yeah, so these are the kind of...
Yeah, that's his present job. He's heading Bharat Pay, so aptly, marketing his new office. Rajneesh ji, we are coming closer to the conversation's culmination. If you can help us in understanding that, Indo-UAE collaboration, UAE's capital and India's scale, do you see some areas where, many funds like Siddharth should, look at, and some opportunities which they might not see right now, but eventually they come up?
No, I think a lot of investment, and I heard all the conversations which happened in the morning sessions, and we heard about SEPA. So Indo-UAE, India, we are capital deficient country. Domestic capital is not enough and sufficient to achieve the kind of growth we need to have. So currently we are talking about 6.5, but if we really want to be a developed economy by 2047, as envisioned by our Prime Minister, then we need this growth rate to go up to at least 9%. And how can we achieve 9%? Only when there is investment. And there's a perfect match. We need capital and UAE has capital, and then, as I said, that capital is just in physical terms or is money. But when you have that cultural affinity and understanding, people-to-people understanding, good cooperation and understanding at the highest political levels, then I think it's a perfect synergy, and framework is already there. There can be improvements in the framework. Anybody who has patience, any foreign investor, that is my always an advisor, you need a little bit more patience when you are dealing with India. But the returns expectation from the investment in India, they can be met, and particularly India is at the cusp of such a time in its history where we are not looking back. It's a confident country, it's a young country, it has young demography, it has technology prowess. So what else do you need?
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you, Siddharth. Thank you, Rajneesh. Ladies and gentlemen, you had a really insightful session today. We had understanding and experience of today as well as yesterday, and a promise of future, both coming together at the stage. Thank you very much. Over to you, Sakshi.
Thank you so much. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for that very engaging conversation that we had. Thank you so much, Rajneesh ji. Thank you so much, Siddharth. Let me please invite on stage Mr. Manoj Sharma, CEO of India Today, to please come upon stage and present a token of appreciation to both our speakers. Warm welcome and a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Rajneesh Kumar, Chairman, Bharat Pay, and Executive Chairman of State Bank of India, ex-Chairman of State Bank of India. Also, Siddharth Balachandran, he's the Executive Chairman and CEO of Bumeric Corporation. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Thank you so It's a keynote address on securing tomorrow. the state's role in future investments. And for this, we will be getting to know what is Andhra Pradesh's vision for industrial transformation. The session will underscore how regional leadership is key to India's clean, green, and inclusive economic future. We've been getting so many states and their vision out there to the world to come and invest in the country, and now it's the turn for Andhra Pradesh. Let us put our hands together to welcome our very special next guest, Mr. T.G. Bharat, Cabinet Minister for Industries, Commerce and Food Processing in Andhra Pradesh, to now deliver his presentation to this August gathering. Warm welcome, sir. Thank you so much for being with us.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's truly an honor to be here among such distinguished guests and business leaders. I'm here representing Andhra Pradesh, one of India's most vibrant and forward-looking states. Today, I want to talk about why investing at the state level, especially in Andhra Pradesh, is not just strategic, but transformative. Slide 2. Slide 2. India and UAE share more than just trade ties. We share a civilization bond built on trust and shared ambition. Since 1972, this relationship has grown stronger, highlighted by CEPA in 2022 and PM Modi's visit in February 24. Today, India is the UAE's second largest export market, and over 3.5 million Indians in the UAE serve as a living bridge. This partnership now includes green energy, fintech, education, even space, a real example of modern global cooperation. Next slide. Our bilateral trade touched $85 billion last year, a testament to our growing engagement. With CEPA, over 80% of tariff lines are duty-free, opening the door for massive value-added exports. UAE investments are visible in logistics like DP World, in energy, ADNOC, in renewables. Adina, one of the world's largest sovereign wealth funds, is now operational in Gift City, Gujarat. Mubdala has already invested in Manipal Hospitals and Avanci Financial Services. The future is exciting with opportunities in AI, EVs, blockchain, space tech, where UAE capital can power India's innovation. This is high-trust, high-return corridor with long-term alignment. Coming to the next slide, the central government gives the big vision, but states are where the real action happens. States manage land, infrastructure, utilities, and approvals. In Andhra Pradesh, we offer single window clearance, customized MOUs, and strong project handholdings. UAE investors benefit from fast, empowered decision-making at the state level. About Swarna Andhra Pradesh, India is rising and Andhra Pradesh is leading the change. Under Honorable Sri Chandrababu Garu leadership, we are building an industrial powerhouse. A speed of doing business model has inspired global investor confidence. In record time, we released 6 industrial policies. Let me also mention the key role played by Nara Lokesh Garu. His ability to close a multi-billion-dollar project with just 45 minutes call is unprecedented. We are working towards a 2.4 trillion economy by 2047, creating over 2 million jobs in just 5 years. The growth powerhouse, strategically located with over 1,000 kilometers of coastline. Andhra Pradesh is the gateway to eastern and southern India. Our USD 171.5 billion economy is driven by both services and industry. With over 98,000 MSMEs and 50 plus Fortune 500 companies, our base is strong and diverse. Our Telugu diaspora leads in global tech from Silicon Valley to Singapore, bringing the capital, talent, and vision back to the state. Our infrastructure, we are already having 6 ports and are developing 4 more, including Machilipatnam, Ramayapatnam, Molapeta, and Kakinada Gateway. We have 6 airports, 3 of them are international, and 2 or more greenfield airports, Bogapuram and Kuppam, are on the way. 30 plus industrial parks offer plug-and-play setups and fast rollout. We are not just building infrastructure, we are creating world-class manufacturing ecosystem. The main advantage of AP is we ranked number 1 in ease of doing business by DPIIT. We have 99.79% compliance across 93 services. Now we are going beyond into speed of doing business. Within 21-day approvals, our industrial policy 4.0 is investor friendly, whether you are a startup or a mega project. We combine state and central benefits, giving investors a double advantage. Our skilled workforce, we have 38.4 million working age people in AP, is one of India's youngest states. We have education, 250 plus engineering colleges, 300 plus diploma colleges. Our skill development corporation offers tailored programs for each sector. We are also empowering women through self-help groups to be part of the growth story. And our workforce is among the most productive in India, thanks to strong education industry ties. Our policy USP is our incentives are performance-based, up to 45% of fixed capital investment. We are the first state in India to offer large-scale green subsidies. Incentives are tied to employment generation and value addition, aligning profit with purpose. The future, we have launched policies, 14 plus sectors, semiconductors, EVs, drones, clean energy, and more. Tourism and IT GCC policies aim to build a digital and leisure economy. We offer land incentives, facilitation support, ready infrastructure, and trained manpower. Investors get a modular, stable, and focused path to growth. So these are the policies, and before I conclude, I would like to express my sincere thanks to India Today Group for inviting me to this prestigious conclave. It is truly an honor to be part of such a meaningful platform that encourages dialogue, ideas, and progress. We invite UAE businesses to come collaborate and build the future with us. My team and I are available for one-on-one discussion or site visits also. Let's script the Swarna Andhra UAE growth story together. Thank you once again for your time and trust. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for that all those valuable insights that he really shared. Let me now call upon stage Mr. Raj Chengappa, Group Editorial Director, Publishing of India Today Group, to please join Mr. T.G. Bharat on stage to now do a question-answer round. Thank you so much.
Firstly, I think we must compliment the Andhra Pradesh Minister for Commerce, Industries and Food Processing for actually sitting down and plotting this in a slide presentation, which was so lucid that even I was engrossed. I didn't know so many things. So let's give him a very, very warm round of applause on this one.
Thank you, sir.
And he had to really brave all kinds of things to come here, which we won't get into. Thanks to the cessation of the war, he was finally able to come here. But one of the things that Andhra Pradesh is doing is that, India really has an opportunity to build a city all anew. The last time it happened was Chandigarh, and I happened to be editor-in-chief of the Tribune, so I could appreciate the kind of planning that went into Chandigarh. Now, it's history. In many senses, what Andhra Pradesh is doing is that it is building a brand new capital, Amravati, 40,000 acres, a phenomenal amount of buildings, universities, a capital that was a dream of the Chief Minister N. Chandrababu Naidu, who then, Andhra Pradesh is a very young state, formed I think 2014, am I right? So that's 11 years, and then he lost power, but rarely does someone get an opportunity to come back
and build that dream. And so we are seeing in the state a tremendous energy that has flowed in. And from what Mr. Bharat had presented over here, the kind of opportunities that Andhra Pradesh throws up. And so let's talk about a bit of that. You had mentioned some of the ease of doing business procedures that's there. What is it that you're looking for UAE investments to come in? You have a range of things. Which 2 or 3 areas you think is really, really promising for you all?
So, first thing is, Andhra Pradesh, we have brand CBN. Brand
that
India
is Chandrababu Naidu, is
yes,
it? CBN. Okay.
CBN is Chandrababu Naidu.
He's like this when it comes to getting things done.
And brand India is Modi ji. So, combination we have in Andhra Pradesh. R is an NDA alliance state. So, the biggest advantage, if you see,
right,
when Chandrababu Garu was the second time chief minister in the combined state of Andhra Pradesh, he spoke about Vision 2020 for Hyderabad, combined state 2020. You see today Hyderabad is one of the best living cities. Everyone would love to come and stay there. And if someone travels in the outer ring road, they say, whether are you in India or somewhere else.
That's true.
So these are all the Vision 2020 that he announced during the second tenure of his chief minister. So what I'm trying to tell is, this Amravati, once it's built, it'll be self-sustaining on its own. It's not, so we are going to create that kind of infrastructure. So right now, when you start processing, the last 2014 to 19, when we have called for the universities or the hotels or whatever, so we were trying to process again with them whether they would be interested. Believe me or not, sir, everyone were interested. That's the only reason, because CBN is back and he has committed to this, build this capital city before 2028. And this will be the best capital city in India.
Wow.
And the tenders have been floated, 60,000 crores plus. Tenders have been floated, it has been done, dusted, and it's now taking off. Modi ji was, other day, he was in Andhra Pradesh for the restart of the capital works. So once that capital city is built, it will be one of the best capital cities in India. Second, coming to industries.
Right.
He is very industrial friendly. Our CBN sir is very, very, very industrial friendly. That's why if you see anywhere in the world, power, you can see the Telugu people anywhere in India or in the world.
Very entrepreneurial.
And so these are, like if you build airports, it's all, he started GMR airport, right, which was built in Telangana. That was his baby, his thought process. After seeing that, there are a lot of airports that were developed in India. So we have a clear vision for next 5 years, what we need to do. Next, till 2047, what we need to do. So in next 5 years, we have already commitments that has been made before elections, like 20 lakh job opportunities to be created in 5 years.
2 million.
2 million.
Yes.
2 million job opportunities. Right. How we are going to build? If you see, in less than 11 months, 9 lakh crore investments have been committed. It's been committed and it's going to take off. ArcelorMittal, this was one of the best examples, I would say, sir. In 2018, I think, WEF, World Economic Forum, Aditya Mittal and Lokesh ji had a conversation during that time in World Economic Forum, and then that time their interest was towards Orissa.
Right.
Nothing happened in last 5 years. Now, in just 45 minutes Zoom call with Aditya Mittal ji, that project has been confirmed.
Wow.
And now the environmental clearances are happening. The land is being transferred. They have already made the payments. So it's going to be 1.5 lakh crore investments that's happening in Ankara. So 3 to 4 districts will be, I mean, just that investment will create that 4 districts to grow like potentially very high. Not only that, BPCL, that's less than, I mean, close to 1 lakh crore investment that is coming in Ramayapatnam. If you see in 2014 to 19, one Kia factory made total change of Anantapur district. Just one Kia factory made the changes.
Transformed it. Yeah.
And there was a lot of competition. Today, if you see, there is huge competition.
That's true.
There is huge competition in all the states.
Yes.
I know Tamil Nadu is one of the very competitive state with us. But what is the additional value that we are having is speed of doing business. Speed of doing business is the thought process of Chandrababu Garu, that it's not just about doing ease of doing business. We should run. It's not just walk.
Wow.
It's from the bureaucrats, all the politicians, we have to run and see that things are done, processed on time. And more than 1,000 crores is someone is investing in our state. There's a hand-holding, one person is dedicated for him. And whatever, he is the whole and soul answerable to that particular
So you got
list.
instead of single window, you got a single person who will take all the decisions.
Yeah, he has to follow up everything and he gets it done.
Wow.
So these are the things I think a person who has got experience and knowledge only can do things. And we have, as I said, brand CBN is here, brand Modi ji is here, and combination of India Alliance in Andhra Pradesh. So we will be able to do much better. We are having already on ease of doing. Other than this, there are a lot of other parameters that we are top 3 or top 4 in India.
I like the way he brings in brand M and brand CBN. You know, he actually runs industries in Andhra Pradesh before you became a minister. And I see you keep your politics well in order in this particular thing. But tell me a little bit about, and I must mention that when he was talking about Amravati, they don't call it a blueprint because it's sustainable city. He says it's a green print that we are putting up on this. But coming to the point of the other aspect of your portfolio, which is food processing and marine products. I saw the coastline. You could see such a large coastline you have.
Yeah.
What is the potential for someone in UAE? And you know, UAE wants a lot more of that. What do you see as the potential, and what are you all offering investors from UAE?
So as I said, coastline and food processing industries, they can set up in Andhra Pradesh. They will be able to get, the realization of the manufacturing cost compared to any other state. We will have a better advantage. And India, Andhra Pradesh is called the rice bowl of India.
Right.
So agriculture and food processing sector, we have high things that is happening in Andhra Pradesh. We are having specifically, parks dedicated to food processing sector. And top of it, sir, we are building 175 constituencies, 175 MSME parks.
Wow.
This is because to generate jobs in that particular assembly segment. So this is also a vision of CBN, sir, that we should have 175 parks in all the 175 constituencies. So someone wants to set up an industry in their constituency, the local job generation would be high because you have a park ready, available. So someone wants to come and wants to set up in a constituency right now, there may be in district headquarters or in few places you have parks. But then our idea is to have MSME parks, and you know that it's the highest job generation in MSME.
And how many, when you say you've got 175 parks, how many industries can come up in these parks? What is the size we're looking at?
It can be varying from 40 acres till 150 to 200 acres.
Right.
Depends upon the land availability. We are planning to do that. So right now, already 11 have been inaugurated. Another 39 is in the process. Another close to 125 we are identifying, and it's going to be done in next few months that all the 175 parks are identified.
Let's take a look at the factors of production.
Yeah.
So land is a very critical thing.
Yeah.
What is the advantage that land, in terms of Andhra Pradesh, you all are offering that they don't get in the other southern states or even the north or east? What is the kind of, I mean, is it readily available? Is it expensive? Where do you, when you see the market, where do you all stand?
So it depends. So if it is in food processing sector, especially, if it is like 150, 200 crore, it becomes mega. So they can get a tailored made GOs. You ask what you want, and then we negotiate and take a decision. So tailored made GO is given. But if it is...
Sorry, what is the word you used?
Tailored made GO.
Tailor made GO,
Yeah.
right.
So if it is more than 1,000 crore, you come up with your ask, discuss it. Right now we are aggressive because we want industries to come to Andhra. But down the line, maybe after a year or 1.5 years, I don't know whether we'll be that aggressive in giving the incentives and subsidies and all. But today, because we have some commitments that we have to fulfill, like 20 lakh job opportunities to be created. So unless you don't get industries, I don't think it's just possible to get that kind of
No,
jobs.
I wish a lot of UAE investors are listening.
Yeah.
Which is essentially you're saying, buddy, if you come now,
yes,
you're going to really benefit. After that, the cost is going to go much higher and everything.
Exactly.
Right. So let's take, so land you are now making available much cheaper.
Yes.
The government has bought a lot of land and now doing it, or how do you, these are all private land and therefore, how are you balancing the costs?
So parks policy is also there, sir.
Right.
We have a parks policy. Someone would like to develop a park, there is some subsidies given.
Right.
If they have a land adjacent to that, there is a government land.
Right.
So you come up with a DPR, attach that land to this land. If the DPR is good and there is a job generation or good MSME projects are going to come, then you're allotted. There is a government land which you will come up with a DPR where you can say that this is the thing that we are going to do, this is the best thing, infrastructure we are going to create. It all depends on how we project and give. So we have three options.
Yeah. Okay.
So this is a park policy where you get subsidies also in that.
Right.
So the land's availability depends on the constituency again. As you know that if you are having in Bombay some land, it will be quite expensive. It is all depends upon the location and what kind of investment the government is going to do. And top of it, if the project is going to give a lot of mileage to the state as well as for the job opportunities, then there is a different rate for that entrepreneur. So it all depends on the various factors, I would say.
Fair enough. I mean, from whatever you're saying, your body language is saying Andhra Pradesh is open to business. Yes. We are waiting, eager to, and almost I see, like the discussions we had this morning, a policy that UAE has, which is no fuss, keep it simple. Anyone comes, you said single man clearances that are there. Yes. On the woman, sorry, I should just say single person clearance on this. So that's interesting. Now, take the other factor of production, which is labor, skill. Yeah. What is the advantages you have for labor? Because one of the things is Hyderabad became the hub, right? Very few other metros are there, barring Visakhapatnam, that you can attract people to come and stay there. So how are you changing that aspect to attract? Because without that, nothing moves.
So Lokesh Garu has been trying very hard for it. Every district headquarters, we are trying to build the skill development centers. See that, from plumbing to electric to anything, mechanical, all kind of works, they are going to be trained. And this is in the process that CBN sir and Lokesh Garu has been discussing with a lot of industrialists who can come up with their skill centers. Top of it, we have Ratan Tata Innovation Hub Centers. And so these areas is where we want to do innovation kind of subjects that people would like to learn and then they can build on their own. That is also that there is a plan for AP that we are building, sir. So these are the things that.
And you have experience because you run an industry in that, right? Caustic soda and chemicals, these are very complex industries. That's it. Take a look at entrepreneurship, right? That's the other aspect. What are you doing to attract entrepreneurship in terms of, NRIs? For instance, Andhra, as you mentioned, everybody goes outside and the Telugu people flourish over there. What are you offering someone like that, an NRI who wants to come and say, okay, I don't want to come back to Andhra, but I want to set up industry there. Or someone from UAE, who might be a UAE citizen and wants to set up industry. What incentives are you giving to say, come with your capital, come with your entrepreneurship?
So, first, early bird.
Right.
This is also a different thing. Early bird offer.
Right.
For first 200 industrialists
right.
who wants to set up industries in the first 200, they get additional 10%.
Right. Oh.
So you get, if there is a manpower, there is extra manpower, there is huge manpower requirement, there is an additional subsidy. So it's all designed, this can go up from a standard of 30%, can go up to 60%.
Right.
The incentives. So basically, the additional advantage is early bird. And then, as I told you, sir, last 5 years was hell. Even if someone wants to put on a Facebook something, they were having CID cases. So they have high hope on Chandrababu Garu's vision and that he has proved something already in combined Andhra Pradesh. So people would love to come and invest in Andhra Pradesh. That's the reason I'm saying that in less than 11 months, 9 lakh crore investments commitment has been done. It's not a joke. I mean, especially in tourism sector, sir, you have, sir's ambition is very big. He says that we have to build 50,000 rooms, 50,000 keys in 5 years. It's a tough thing because you have lots of tourism places in Andhra,
yeah, they're very pretty,
but not really promoted to that extent. So we are working with MasterCard to see a tie-up, and they can promote the tourism spots of Andhra, build so some countries live on tourism.
Correct.
Just live on tourism. So we want to see that tourists attract to come, and there are a lot of places where you can do that in Andhra Pradesh.
That's, I mean, very interesting, because when I was young, I used to live in Nellore, which is,
Yeah.
and one of the things I remember was the sea coast. We had to take a train, and you could count the bridges that went there, and they were very pretty things,
Yeah.
but none of us know it. Because I had to travel to my father's house at that time, there was, you could see the beauty of it, and I agree with this, it's completely undeveloped. The other aspect is, and we talked of this in this forum, we saw one of the leading estate builders here, and was about honesty and, not having to pay anything to get done. How is Andhra, which is vision, ensuring that that component, which has become like an Indian standard, right? I'm sorry to say, but how do you ensure that anyone coming there says, okay, 10%, 50%, how do you stop that? And what is Andhra Pradesh doing to ensure transparency? So if you come to Andhra Pradesh, you'll get an honest deal.
So the point, ease of doing business and speed of doing business, someone is answerable.
Right.
So if you are not done, the job is not done in such speed, once that person comes up with DPR and he submits, and he is not able to do it, he should give an explanation, sir. So there is hardly any chance for them for a negotiation with an entrepreneur who would like to come and set up. See, this is not just Andhra. This is there in India, everywhere there is an issue. But how well you can curtail it is important.
Correct.
So what I'm trying to say that we have these deadlines. So that will make them, give an explanation if why it is not done in so and so time. So then there is a thing that, things will fall in place, and then they are forced to give the approvals. So there is no choice for them if the deadlines are freezed. Like, sir keeps e-office, sir, for ministers, there is an e-office. So every 6 months, he reviews e-office files for the ministers and sees that, how fast are you doing the e-office file clearances. The ranking is given.
And where do you stand?
So I'm pretty good.
You're good, okay.
Pretty good. The point is, this e-office is the thing. So everywhere he's trying to push, things are transparent and there is an accountability. So by this, if you put that file for a longer period, then your ranking goes down and then you're answerable.
Very interesting.
So these are things for the political, and we are having a political governance. It's not just the bureaucrats that they govern. So
very important.
So sir, when he came back to power, he said there's a political governance.
Right.
So you will have to, it cannot be just the bureaucrats, they tell and then it has to be done. You have to listen to the representatives, their issues, and try to solve it. There is a system. When someone comes and gives us representation, everything is online, sir. Everything is online.
So it's transparent.
You give a representation to me, then that particular officer has to give an answer whether it can be done, it can't be done, what is the reason it can't be done. So even the ministers have to go for the monthly once or twice. We go for the grievance cell, collect the representations, we follow up, we ensure that things are done on time. So we are trying to build. I'm saying it is overnight, nothing comes, it can't be zero, but then we are able to build that system.
But, Bharatji, you have taken a lot of your time. You've flown in all the way from Hyderabad. I mean, from catching a flight from Hyderabad to come here. Of course, you're in Visakhapatnam. Where do you stay normally?
Vijayawada, sir.
Vijayawada, right.
Our secretariat is in Vijayawada.
And I think you brought to us a picture of an Andhra Pradesh that is ready for the future, dynamic, wanting to do business, as you were saying, and willing to open all the doors for this. For that, and for your brilliant presentation in terms of the opportunities, let's give Mr. Bharat a very, very warm round of applause.
Thank you.
And thank you so much.
Sir.
Thank you for your time.
Mr. Dinesh Bhatia to come up on stage to please present a token of appreciation. Group CEO, India Today Group. Warm welcome, sir. And could you please present a token of appreciation to our special guest, Mr. T.G. Bharat, Cabinet Minister for Industries, Commerce and Food Processing, Andhra Pradesh, for all the exciting things happening there. And I hope all your message has come across to the investors from UAE, and they'll be now queuing up to come up to Andhra Pradesh and with Amravati. Thank you so much for being with us with all your thoughts, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope that you've found the day so far both enriching and engaging. Now we're going to be breaking for lunch, but we would be definitely taking a moment to thank again all our list of sponsors for their generous support and partnership. Our presenting sponsor is Kalyan Jewelers, co-sponsored by Ellington Properties, powered by B&W Developments, knowledge partner, Symbiosis International University, Dubai, associate partner, Government of Uttar Pradesh, in association with UAE Indian Business Council, UAE Chapter, international school partner, SSSVM Institutions, Coimbatore, associate partner, Arkship, business associate, NKN Media. We'll break for lunch and we will gather now at 2:15 p.m. after the lunch for the rest of the sessions. So enjoy your lunch, sir, and everybody, may you have a good time networking, stretching your legs, and come back all refreshed. We gathered up for a nice evening full of more interesting sessions that are coming up, lined up. We also have Bollywood stars coming in. We also have, a lot of economists coming in to guide you through how the INDO-UAE economic partnership is also developing. So a lot more for you to catch up. I hope that your break is good. We'll be seeing you soon.
The world is one family. Today that spirit thrives at Symbiosis Dubai, a vibrant multicultural campus welcoming students from all nationalities. With all programs accredited by the UAE's Commission for Academic Accreditation, we blend global standards with local insights. Here learning goes beyond classrooms with cultural festivals, innovation challenges, sports and friendships that last.
Requesting everyone to please take their seats. We're about to begin the session after lunch break. Also request everyone who's still outside in the lunch area to please come in, grab your seats, and we will begin on time now. Our next session, ladies and gentlemen, is diversifying the Indo-UAE economic partnership. This will delve into evolving landscape of the Indo-UAE economic partnership, highlighting the shift towards high-growth sectors like technology, green energy, and innovation as well. Please put your hands together to welcome our next very special guest for this afternoon. His Excellency Satish Kumar Sivan is now joining in on stage. He's the Consul General of India to Dubai and the Northern Emirates. Warm welcome, sir, and thank you so much. I'll be moderating this session with you, which will explore how diversification is driving transformative collaboration and unlocking new avenues for shared property and prosperity in rapidly changing global economy.
Thank you. I hope everybody's staying here, which means that everybody's liked the previous session. Thank you so much, His Excellency. And we hope to build on to that conversation yet again. And this is a topic that most of us are very, very interested in, either because of our future generation, people around us, and of course, we do know that the future leaders will emerge from whatever we discuss today on this platform and whether things are going right in this direction in the world of fast-changing technology. Thank you so much. I'm going to be starting off with Dr. Vidya. And I want to understand from you, everybody's been talking about AI. I think everybody's first question is, will AI replace jobs? And, I'm sure that is one question that all your students also ask you all the time. So, beyond this question, let's try and find out that, yes, people say that, no, AI will not replace your jobs, but you will need to learn how to use AI best. So how do you make sure that, the future generation, students of today, are better equipped to work with AI and changing technology?
Sure. Thank you very much. First of all, let me thank India Today for inviting us, Symbiosis, here. And we've just launched our campus last year. Thank you to the Indian government as well as the government here for the huge support that we've got. This question, I think, has been repeatedly asked to all of us as academics in almost every platform. And what you say is very right. I don't think really AI is going to lose, the coming of AI is going to lose jobs for students. In fact, they'll have to look at jobs differently, or they'll have to skill themselves differently. And I think what it also means is AI is not all about engineering. So AI education is not about engineering. So you see many institutions offering BTech in artificial intelligence and create manpower or capability for the corporate sector who understand AI. What we have done is a little different. We launched the Symbiosis Artificial Intelligence Institute recently, where we have launched 2 programs, BSc in AI and BBA in AI, and the different domains of applications of AI, because I think that's more critical. So, applications in healthcare, as the Council General very rightly said, immense applications of AI in agriculture, in cybersecurity, and several other fields, including, of course, finance, HR, operations, everything to do with management. So I think it's very important for us as academics to teach AI in a different way. Honestly, applications of AI more than just the technology involved. And that's what we have done. We've launched such a program here as well in Dubai, so that we really produce capable individuals to apply AI. We also do a lot of research in the applications of AI. So we have set up in Dubai, like what we have in India, a center for applied artificial intelligence. It's a research center. So we have collaborations with a lot of industry here.
Absolutely. I'll come to Professor Bharat Bhaskar now to understand from you, sir, with respect to how do you think you are constantly looking at evolving curriculum in the changing times at this time, like we're talking about the fast-changing technologies. We do not know what next will come up tomorrow. The way AI has come in and, probably spread across our lives in such a short span of time, it's difficult to foresee what kind of more technologies will come in, and we need to be prepared for that. So how do you keep ensuring that you stay ahead with your evolving curricula, sir?
Thank you for asking that, because one thing is for sure, that AI is not new. It has evolved over 40, 50 years. It has taken time and it has been evolving, and what has happened today we have to understand. Before we talk about whether the job will be created, whether curriculum needs to be enhanced and modified accordingly, there are 2 aspects of AI. And when we talk of AI, we only think of ChatGPT and what we call the OpenAI kind of innovation or large language models. That's what has created the buzz around the world today. But bigger intervention is happening for past decade, which what we call is the autonomous world. From automation, we have moved to the autonomous world. Today, you look at any modern car factory of BMW, etc., and so on, there are different kind of robots which are actually manufacturing. When I said 30 years ago, 20 years ago, also robots were manufacturing cars. But the fundamental difference in today's manufacturing environment is that robots and humans are working next to each other. Earlier, they were caged in one side, all the robots doing their part of job, humans doing their part of job. And there were dangerous robots, because if a human comes on their way, you will be hurt. Here, they're nimble, meaning that one picks up the gearbox assembly if the human is preparing. The task of picking up the gear itself, which is about 8 to 10 kg, and placing it and assembling it is left to the robot. If human is slow, robot slows down. If human is fast, robot speeds up. What we call the adaptable and adjustable robots. There are many such sensitive robots. Fanuc as a robotics company has been manufacturing robots which continuously adapt to the human behavior, which means the jobs will be lost because of the autonomous nature of them, but there will be newer jobs created. Because if you look from the market perspective, we used to have customized products in the previous generation. We liked, but today with mass manufacturing, assembly lines, we came into the fast production, standardized production, and so on, which provided you lots of capabilities of good quality products or quality assurance, but our customizability went away. If you wanted to buy a shirt, it is available in only fixed sizes, whether your body is capable of fitting it into, you have to fit your body into one of those numbers. Today, with this nimble robots, we can now go back to the customized manufacturing again. Car or product manufactured to my requirements at a mass production cost. Now, the newer kind of jobs will be, the job will be lost, but the job growth will happen. Now, our curriculums have to now adapt, and we have to understand what's happening in the service industry and manufacturing industry, because we produce managers and leaders. They have to understand and figure it out. If this is the environment, what are the newer issues? Newer issues which are going to emerge now are going to be of the nature that in this kind of environment, human resource management itself will take a new relook into it. Because humans will get tired working on the same assembly line. The adaptable robot will continue to work. Now, what kind of human resource management or what kind of a factory human resource planning should be done? Also, we need to understand the speed and optimization of the assembly lines. Earlier, we have been working on a literature, we've been teaching our students or the future managers what kind of optimal assembly lines are going to be there, what are kind of optimal supply chains and distribution chains are going to be there. All are going to be highly impacted by that. We need to understand and design curriculum, or I should say rather than understand and evolve our curriculum from where we are to integrate these technologies, impact on it, and continue to focus on it. And that's why we have been launching our programs in these directions. In IIM Ahmedabad campus, we launched a program related to advanced business analytics. Idea was exactly similar. We realized one of the important factors which is happening is that Dubai or UAE is investing very heavily into the AI and trying to move and become one of the leaders in the AI domain. We decided we have a great capability of producing the leaders of the future. But the environment in India may not be available to us, and as IIM Ahmedabad alone, we may not be able to invest into that kind of AI-enabled environment and produce the managers who are capable of working with that AI-enabled environment. So we've decided to set up a campus in Dubai itself, with the whole idea that we'll be leveraging on the AI centricity of this country, produce the newer knowledge and newer curriculum, and adapt that curriculum over a period of time, and will be able to then also transfer back to the home campus at IIM Ahmedabad. Thus, IIM Ahmedabad will initially be enriching the Dubai campus, and in future, Dubai campus should be enriching the IIM Ahmedabad campus. And we decided the speed in AI is very fast. So we cannot wait for setting up a campus in a long duration or long term. So we decided to launch from this September the first batch, and we have a very short window, but we have already started admitting people for our one-year MBA program because of that, because we don't want to miss out on this window of opportunity which has opened up and lose our lead, which we have been creating for decades at IIM Ahmedabad.
Absolutely. Mr. Tariq Rajan, I want to understand, we are understanding and focusing on what to teach from henceforth, how to adapt into the changing world. But I think what's also important is how we teach. What is the aspect that you're really focusing on, and how do you think that aspect can grow?
So let me give you a little bit of my journey. Since I manage a company which operates a large number of people across different skill sets. We operate in about 35 countries, employing about 37,000 people. And these people are from different backgrounds. There are people who are engineers, there are even highly skilled technicians, there are semi-skilled people. What we realized that there is a significant challenge with the way education system is operating. And with my highest regard to one of the finest colleges, and I have a high regards what India has done on the higher education. But today when I look to 2/3 of my workforce is largely Indian, I would say. And when I go and, I have skill institutes running in India, I have 4 skill academies. I've been looking around to, hire people across various colleges, working on various partnerships. The biggest challenge is the colleges and universities are not prepared. And this is not only India's problem. It's a global problem. Today, I sit on Emerge Education as a joint initiative with UK government and US and few other. What we realized there, that the 3-year education we need to really relook at this. Correct. We need to do goal alignment of the students at the 12th standard through psychometric investments. The 3-year education needs to be consolidated into first year. Second year has to move to discipline and interest-based. And a 3rd year has to be completely in an incubation. Today, sir, I run 3 young leaders program across 3 countries, offering, incubation, which is an investment from me. I, with a single margin business, cannot afford that. So colleges, universities, they need to work back on building this partnership with and I'm more than happy, and I'm sure companies are prepared to do that. But how do we do this? Smart classrooms. Yes, AI, according to me, AI is an upskilling tool. It should not be an insecurity for anyone. The advantages and the leverage of AI is amazing in education at very early stages. It is a validation tool. It should not be seen that way. So I believe the colleges, universities, and the private sector, of course, government needs to do something about it. And I have, built on a program today, which is currently we are running it with 2 colleges, where we've been able to, turn around engineers in a much faster manner. They're ready to work, because work readiness, I'm not going to put 18 months. And this is one of the reasons what is happening with more and more students, when they come as interns, it's like a revolving door for them. They go in and out, and they are in a discovery mode what to do. And that's why colleges and universities and the companies need to work together on it.
Absolutely. I'll try to build on that and ask you something further, something that we've all been reading in India also of late, and we've been covering that news as well. When we talk about you are creating future-ready students, you're creating, a batch of students which is ready to take on the workspace almost on day one. But the problem happens is when large IT companies like Infosys start laying off thousands and thousands of people in their internship period, saying that they are not fully equipped with what their skills should be. How do you address that gap? I think that's something that is scaring and unnerving a lot of students out there.
So I think the answer to this is industry-academia interface. I mean, as much as, academic institutions or universities require industry partnerships or collaborations, it should be the other way around as well. And I'll give you 2 examples that Symbiosis has done. So Bajaj Auto, which is one of the largest automobile companies based out of Pune, has set up, invested almost 30 crores in setting up a Bajaj Excellence Skill Training Lab at the Symbiosis campus. And they did it with us, and now they're expanding to other universities down south, up north, etc. The objective is not to skill the engineering students of Symbiosis, because anyways, Symbiosis is a little way ahead from others, but the mandate given to us is that while you use these machines in your engineering program for the training of your students, at least for 6 months, create a program where students from engineering colleges in rural Maharashtra get trained. And it's such a beautiful I would say experiment that we are carrying out, and I personally am so satisfied. Me and Rajiv Bajaj, when we address these students, it gives us self-satisfaction that when these students come in, they don't know how to operate. I mean, they've never even entered a lab with these kind of, machines. B is their self-confidence. I mean, they can't even utter a sentence of Marathi, leave alone speak in English. But at the end of 6 months, when we give them a diploma, Rajiv Bajaj comes himself, and these very students explain to him in fluent English, the working of those machines, where they will be used in the industry, etc., and get placed on campus of Symbiosis even before they pass out their engineering from their respective colleges. Likewise, Infosys has set up a makers lab on the campus where entrepreneurship skills are, enhanced or encouraged. Again, not just for our students, but for those 35 villages that we've adopted around the university campus, where young students can actually come in, like a Todo Jodo lab, like a Tinker lab that has been created, use those 3D printing machines and so on. And we've mapped over the last 6 months, it's been 6 months, and the amazing response that we've got from students across other colleges not even from Pune, but outskirts of Pune, who know that there is a lab like this, and our faculty students mentor them and help them. So I think the key answer to this question that you've asked is that industries must come forward. CII, FICCI, ASSOCHAM are doing their bit. I sit as chairperson on the FICCI Higher Education Committee, and we've done amazing work, with several colleges which require this kind of help. And as you very rightly said, that we're talking about a curriculum change with an IMA and Symbiosis. Ideally, in the next panel, you should really have, some principals of colleges that really struggle, to bring about even the slightest change, because universities that they're affiliated with are so not flexible and rigid that curriculums don't change for almost several years. What can those principals do? So here is the part where, and I would also appreciate the efforts of the Indian government, where they have launched a lot of there's of course a whole skills ministry and doing a lot of skilling programs under the NSDC. But apart from that, the apprenticeship program and so on. But somewhere, I think the chambers, the industry, and academia need to come together to solve this problem.
Okay. Dr. Bhaskar, I want to understand from you, especially when it comes to students feeling unprepared for the corporate world. What is that mindset shift or skill shift that they really need to adapt to be able to see themselves growing up the ladder?
The first and foremost, what curriculum they are going through. The corporate readiness comes based upon the preparation being done at the graduating institute itself. For example, our whole curriculum is designed for making them corporate ready. So we do not teach them theoretical subjects, or we don't start from theory. We start actually from the practice. We bring the corporate setup into the classroom. Our case methodology of teaching is actually that our faculty members go to the corporate sectors, do research on them, create various cases, which is the real-life decision-making scenarios, and every course is taught through those real-life scenarios. So when they go to the corporate environment, they're fully prepared. The scenario they see, they find something similarity that the case I did in the class or in the situation I had already encountered in one of the subject was very similar to this. And that is how we say that corporate readiness can be brought only by two mechanisms. One is you teach them theoretically and then send to the corporate sector and let them have 6 months to 18 months of a learning under some mentor. Other is that you bring the mentorship through faculty, by faculty does the studying of and creating those cases, and create the classroom environment in that. Also, we have an advantage unlike other places, because we only produce the future leaders and future managers. We also recognize that human beings are good in 4 aspects: leadership, the capability to have empathy, the creativity, and finally, ability to judge things or make decisions and get the feedback of decisions and so on. Once we focus on that, all cases, whether they are a finance case they're studying, whether they are HR case they're studying, we do not treat the case from a single dimension that this is a marketing case and let's worry about marketing aspect. We look at it, the scenario in entirety. And under this kind of a framework, when we begin to analyze, we enhance all these capabilities of the human being. And that is how we deal with the problem of a corporate readiness of that. As I said, engineering schools probably will not be able to follow our undergraduate programs, will not be able to follow the same methodology. Methodology will depend upon the kind of input you are taking and what you are preparing them for. undergraduate methodology, they come as a raw material. Probably you do have to imbibe lots of theoretical and practical setups, scenarios in them, and then prepare. So I would say even in undergraduate programs, and India has become now a 4-year undergraduate program, at least 4th year or last part of the 3rd year should be devoted for preparing them with certain skills. I would not call them corporate leadership, but at least certain skills, which we call employable skills. One of the things in education sector, many universities have been always riding a high citadel, that we are about the knowledge creation, we are about the knowledge imparting, not matching with the corporate sector. If they fit into the corporate sector, that's their challenge, not our challenge. I think today's environment requires industry and academia both to converge, and academia also should realize that ultimately are producing, some of them will be that, yes, the knowledge creators of the future, but vast majority of them will require a job, and so does the economy will require them to be productive member of the economic setup, and that's where the skills come into the picture, and they need to acquire certain skills, whichever field undergraduate degree they are doing, which are employable skills.
Correct.
And that's what probably this industry should also come forward, as Vidya was pointing out, that industry should also come forward and bring those skills into the classroom, because many a time faculty members over a period of time may not be able to keep up to date capability of those skills. Their skill imparting abilities may be 3 years behind. And in today's, maybe 2 decades ago, 3 years behind was not much.
Yeah.
But today, being 3 years behind means a whole lot. And that's why I say industry should also be prepared, and so does the university should be prepared to invite industry people in the last finishing part of the curriculum, that they are made industry ready by delivering appropriate skills to them.
Okay. Both Dr. Vidya and Ms. Bhaskar has also talked about, industry and academia partnership. You wanted to make your point also, but apart from that...
I just wanted to add on what Dr.
just
said.
One more point that I want you to elaborate on is, where is the gap? Why do you think the industry is not coming as forward?
I don't think the issue, the challenge of the industry, we are running under a very tight competition. The cost is limitation. Very few of us have got that much of developmental cost to provide for bringing somebody on board, and he's in a discovery mode, and then ultimately he or she, and then ultimately they leave the organization. What is important is an incubation environment, and which is, I strongly believe in it. But look at across the different sections, different nature of jobs. If I'm looking for vocational job with plus 12 standard, you need very different dynamics out there. And this is one of the biggest reasons in India today, where you find the problem, not only in India or globally. There's an 85 million deficit in skills at this moment globally. 3 to 4 million in Europe alone. In Australia, it is much higher. Americas have anything. India, you are aware of it already, between the employability and employment. So what is important first is blended education approach. With cognitive element coming in, you need, and I have succeeded very well in my Young Leaders program. In fact, it's one of the, I must say a flagship program of us, which has really turned around senior managers and directors over 4 and 5 to 7 years because of quick progression of these people who have come through it. So the blended learning has to come in. 20, 30, 50 concept. 20% only in the classroom. 30% in the online and through, the visual aids and the various, and 50% on the job. And that's exactly what has transformed. In colleges and universities, it is possible. One is, we need to append our curriculums, the built environment. See, today the theoretical context is changed so much. With AI coming, with so much of help is available to teachers. Teachers need to append themselves. And then ultimately students are already, they have that ability because they have come from a different mindset. I remember all my time when my teachers have taught me by notes. And those notes were possibly 10 years back, 20 years back, 30 years back, with some element of research. When I went to Harvard Business School, I did, see a different world out there. So what I'm trying to explain is, we are more than happy. And I'm running currently 7 skilling institutes, 3 running and 3 more are coming. I'm already working on outreach with skill institutes like Skill India, with the Prime Minister's office and others. So I'm more than happy to do so. And, but not 1 in a billion, not IIM Ahmedabad, it's 1 in a billion. Symbiosis is also amongst that. We need to go to the lowest level. We need to go and rework and relook at the way privatization of education in India has happened, the quality of education. We need to revive and revolutionize the entire education.
Okay.
Only then things would happen.
Absolutely. Please go
I
ahead.
think here, you need to bring in your alumni also in a big way and involve alumni. When you talk about industry, who is the industry really? The best people who can come and contribute are your alumni. And no matter whether it's a Symbiosis or a IIM Ahmedabad or some college in Kolhapur or Satara or wherever in Maharashtra, alumni are doing exceedingly well. Unfortunately, colleges and typically public sector universities don't involve their alumni as much as we in the private sector, or of course IIM Ahmedabad has its own. We've mapped about 300,000 alumni, out of which 1,028 are here in Dubai. And the Council General, sir, is aware that, the kind of support that we have from alumni, they come and teach in classrooms, they contribute to be on the board of studies, on the academic council, even on the board of management of the university, we have alumni. So I think the more you involve your alumni, the better, your institution would be. And I think that's something that typically Indian colleges and universities do miss out. The other, when we've set up a campus here, the other challenge that I see is while in some of the Indian universities, we see a lot of industry participation by establishment of laboratories, like I mentioned about Bajaj and others. I think that same culture should come in here in this region as well. And that's exactly what we are trying to tell our alumni here in Dubai, that when we set up a center for applied artificial intelligence, how many of you can really come here and dedicate yourself by way of time, resources, and even maybe some kind of new technologies that you can bring in, because that's your, giving back to your institution to create people who are like you and who can succeed like you.
Okay. Professor Bhaskar, I want to come to you and I want to understand on the employability aspect again, and that too largely on global employability, not just in your own respective countries. How are you really addressing that aspect? You did talk about how industry needs to collaborate with academia, how you're already upskilling. But is the upskilling happening at a stage when there could be global employability for students too?
The global employability, in the traditional sense, we are already producing for that. But what is happening is the new kind of jobs which are getting created. If you see, US right now is looking for at least 6 million people who are AI trained and AI capable and competent. The industry is suffering in some sense because we don't have those. You look at the modern manufacturing industry, which is autonomous elements in it. There are more than 400,000 jobs which are available, but they are not able to fulfill them. That is where lies the opportunity that we need to now produce. And if we don't produce, and as IIM Ahmedabad, we cannot address the masses problem, we only produce the leaders, so we will address the leadership problem. But masses problem will be then addressed by people like Tariq. What happened in India's first wave, or when IT's global first wave? When IT's global wave came in 90s, world had acute shortage of IT professionals. The engineering institutions in India, everybody tried creating, but they were not good enough or fast enough. So NIIT, Zaptec, you name dozens of such training institutes, or what you call the today skilling institutes, popped up, and they produced people which actually flooded the US market and were able to provide employment. So India has a great deal of human resource available, except it needs to be adapted. So if universities don't adopt, universities and private institutions as well as the other institutions which are available don't adopt, people like Tariq Jawan's institutions will come up, they'll create an environment, whether it's a recognized certificate, unrecognized certificate, it doesn't matter. You remember those certificates produced by the IT training institutes were initially not recognized by anyone. Then government had to set up a mechanism called DOE ACC recognition, O level, A level, B level certificates, and B level was called the BTech equivalent at that point of time. So it will happen naturally because the demand is going to be there. If we plan it out, it will happen in a more professional fashion, in a more wonderful fashion. Other aspect we just wanted to add, that we talked about disemployability. But who is going to create employment? Traditional industries are not going to shift into this space. If you look at the IT industry in India, how many companies other than the TCS are actually the traditional people? They're all Infosys to every company came out of nowhere or came out of a new set of entrepreneurs. The same entrepreneurship era is once again arriving in AI environment. And that's where we require Indian entrepreneurial spirit and capital and environmental exposure of Dubai kind of environment. And that is where we also intend to add immediately or as soon as possible one of the centers here, which we have very successfully done in India, called IMA Ventures. Originally we used to call it Center for CIIE, but then everybody used the same name across the country, so we called ourselves now IMA Ventures. Idea there is, and what we do, we not only produce people there, we say that don't take the job. We will provide you environment, we will provide you initial support for 2 years. The business idea which you have, you go and invest in that business idea, and then we also create the capital or funds in the IMA Ventures. Those funds will support you. We have been, you'd be surprised to know some of the deep tech industry in India, starting from IdeaForge, ePlane, Bellatrix, and Agnikul, all had the initial seed funding and were incubated by IIM Ahmedabad's IMA Ventures. And we need to replicate that story also in Dubai because we find it to be a very thriving environment for entrepreneurship. The industry may get born here, but will find the market in India itself because that's going to be a very large market. So we need to produce and look for that kind of a future where leaders will be able to create these new kind of jobs.
Absolutely. In fact, this is what I was coming to, and I want Mr. Chauhan also to build on it. How do you, all those who are working with academics at this point in time deal with that dilemma of whether you want to create job-ready students or you want to create, people who want to be creators of jobs going forward?
I would like to, I will tell you in a current context, happiness is my focus. And unless until you ask the child what makes you happy, that's more important. Definitely job readiness is important, but both personal, professional and functional attributes has to be aligned. We need to work on soft skills, and work readiness is about, today average child get concerned about small stress level. Work, comes along with its own, it requires a specific ecosystem. So I think that readiness, we are not talking about IIMs here. Those boys and girls are definitely sitting on a much IQ level. Let's talk about ordinary colleges and universities, what we need to do there, And that is where my interest is, because I don't hire very intelligent people. Our business, we are in a single-digit number. We look at very basic skills, and then we elevate people. We make extraordinary out of ordinary. And for that, happiness is very important. And being a people-first organization, that's how I built the organization. Building it from 20 million to 2.8 billion now.
Brilliant. Dr. Vidya, last question to you, 1.5 minutes remaining. And I think one of the key aspects that everybody who's either hiring or is working at very high positions, many of them are here, are dealing with is employability of Gen Z. I think there has been so many debate about as to whether Gen Z will be able to, of course, they're very smart, they're very agile, they have newer ideas, they are vibrant, but, the hard work, that was needed or, slightest of the stress levels and they're out. How do you deal with all of that? And how are you prepping Gen Z and Gen Alpha, Beta now going forward?
No, honestly, I think, the job market also requires these kind of smart Gen Z people. Who are technologically savvy and so on. Even when we hire directors earlier, we would hire someone who's really, very senior by age, by wisdom, by, of course, other than the knowledge and etc., the qualifications, etc. But today our Vice Chancellor is a 45-year-old individual, very technologically savvy, knows AI, this, that, and the other. So imagine in a university setup, when you look at these qualities, I'm sure companies also do. Yes, the attention span of the Gen Z is limited, and maybe the attrition would be for the corporate sector would be much higher these days than what I remember during my father's time when he ran Symbiosis. It was like Anita, who's with us for 36 years plus, etc. Now I say even if someone is there with you for 5 years, it's a long period. So you should be happy that someone is there. Teachers during my time when I went to school, the teacher that you saw in Standard 1. You also saw her when you passed out of Standard 10. How many schools have teachers who were there for even 10 years? So I think even as job givers, we have to accept this kind of, dynamism in the work environment. And as long as work is done well, ethically, honestly, and the way you want the work to be done, I don't think we should stick around and say that someone should be with you for a longer period of time.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vidya. Thank you, Mr. Chauhan, and thank you, Professor Bhaskar, for being with us. This topic can actually go on, and we can discuss so many of the other aspects, but the evening has to go on. I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Dinesh Bhatia to please come up and present a token of appreciation to all our dear speakers. A warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for all the three speakers of ours who've really enlightened us with what's happening in the world of education and what lies ahead. Thank you so much. It's been a great speaking to you and understanding from you.
Time for our next session, ladies and gentlemen, and this session is called Tech Talk, Turbocharging the Innovation Highway. In this session, we will try and unpack how UAE and India together, the synergies that are evolving there, are fast-tracking the startup growth by leveraging advanced technologies, creating agile innovation hubs, and unlocking cross-border investment opportunities to scale the next-gen businesses in a competitive global landscape. For this session, I'd like to call upon stage very special guests. His Excellency Hussein Mohammad Al Mahmoodi, to please join in on the stage. He's the CEO of Sharjah Research Technology and Innovation Park at the UAE. Warm welcome, sir. Thank you so much for joining in. Next up, Mr. Paul Davalibi. He's the CEO of Rock Digital Assets Oasis, to also join in on the stage. And I will be driving this conversation with them. Thank you so much. Good evening yet again. Tech, and all the time we've been talking about this, space through the day. Everybody, the buzzword has been AI, new technology. And what we want to really understand from you, sir, His Excellency, if I could start off with you and understand, how are you really looking at driving innovation and looking at the world which is fast changing even before we can blink an eye?
Thank you very much for having me. It's really a pleasure to be in this event. I think technology is the new, let's say, oil of this place, and I think it is a critical path for UAE that it's chosen to really go into the next 50 years. And as a country, we have an innovation strategy and vision with different pillars, focusing on technology of transport, of healthcare, of tourism, of education, etc. And each Emirates created an enabler to be able to fulfill this vision. Abu Dhabi, they have Masdar City, Hub 71, Dubai, they have Dubai Future Foundation, Ras Al Khaimah, we have this gentleman here. So Sharjah is one of the enablers to help accelerate the pace of innovation. How do we do this? Mainly for four things. One, development of infrastructure, both hard infrastructures, labs, building, etc., and soft infrastructure, funds, legislation, policies that enable things to move. The second thing is development of human capital, scientists, innovators, entrepreneurs. Third is commercializing technologies, creating the right environment that allows technology to scale, to commercialize, and last but not least, creating ventures based on technology that can create economic impact, that can create opportunities, jobs, etc. So these are basically the context in which we work.
Wonderful. Paul, if I could also bring that question to you and try and understand how the India-UAE corridor is becoming the hotbed for tech-driven innovations right now, and what's happening at the current stage.
Yeah, I mean, His Excellency hit the nail on the head from a talent perspective. That's really the answer to your India-UAE corridor. It's where's all the talent going to come from? Where are all the builders going to come from? Where are the people with the great ideas going to come from? They're not just going to come from the UAE, obviously, they need to come from around the world. And so these corridors are critical to drive success here, whether they're coming here to start companies or they're coming here to join companies and help build them. I think that corridor is an essential piece of the puzzle. I think the bigger innovation question, I would just add maybe a couple of things. There's nothing particularly unique about a place, right? When you think about Silicon Valley, what's special about it? Nothing really. I mean, it's a nice place. It's pretty trees. It's close to San Francisco and San Jose. But other than that, there's nothing really special. So why do tech entrepreneurs in the US all flock there? Why do they all go there? The anecdote I tell is Sand Hill Road is the main thoroughfare in Silicon Valley. It's where almost all the big investors, big VCs, big companies have some presence. At the end of this road, there's a Starbucks. If you're a savvy entrepreneur and you're looking to raise money for your startup, you could knock on the doors of the VCs and hope that they take your cold call or they take your meeting and you can pitch them. But the really smart ones, they park themselves in the Starbucks because they know eventually the partner at Sequoia or the partner at Benchmark will eventually walk through the place. It's something when I was building startup ecosystems in Canada, I coined this term, density of intensity. Silicon Valley has density of intensity. It means you're just it's inevitable you're going to bump into other smart people doing great things, other investors, other people who can support you, other people who can help you. And I think as a free zone, as a government, our job is to create density of intensity. It's to create the environment for those interactions to happen.
Now, His Excellency, if I could ask you, especially on SRTIP, how that is creating an ecosystem where global startups can actually truly thrive?
We, of course, try to be creative in the way we do things. I mean, one area is, of course, building partnership. And here I'm very proud to say that we have very strong relationship with India. We have a relationship with different states and cities in India, from Bangalore to Hyderabad to Kerala and other places. And this partnership is very important for us, because through this partnership we identify projects, we identify technologies, we identify talents that we can work with. So this is one area. Of course, the second thing is creating the environment, the ecosystem that allow technology to thrive. Density and proximity is very important. The fact that our park sits in the heart of the university city, the largest university city in the region, with more than 45,000 students, 2,000 PhDs, 22 education institutions, it creates a lot of opportunities for us to grow. Additionally, of course, the availability of resources. You need to have resources to be able to create, potential projects and opportunities. Yeah.
Paul, if you could highlight for us, where do you see the biggest gaps that exist today when we talk about for the India-UAE startup collaboration?
I don't know if there are obvious gaps, in the sense that the corridor exists. There's plenty of Indian entrepreneurs and Indian companies that come and set up here, right? I don't think there are blockers that are preventing success here. I think part of it is there's never a situation where if you build it, they will come. Right? You can build the greatest free zone in the world with the greatest partnerships in the world and all the programs and all the support and everything. At the end of the day, it's rare that people will just show up, right? There needs to be active outreach, and I think this is something, as the UAE, I'll speak only for myself, we could be doing better, right? To actively reaching out, finding the best and brightest, the smartest entrepreneurs, the people who are looking for a global jumping off point, right? A platform in the UAE where they can serve the global market much more easily. And actively courting those people. I think there is some seduction required. There's a winning of hearts and minds and an awareness that we haven't won that battle yet. So I don't think it's a blocker, because again, we're seeing the traffic, but we could definitely be doing better to actively court the best.
Absolutely. His Excellency, how important is this cross-border funding right now when we talk about scaling tech ventures between the two nations?
I think it's very important. I think, of course, as we know, there is a big sovereign funds partnership between UAE and India. And these are things working very well in strategic projects. But on the lower scale, let's say, I think it's very important that our VCs and our funding agencies manage to structure something that really fits for purpose and that can benefit everyone. And I think this is something that I agree with Paul, needs to be done more. So we democratize the funding activities, and it's not only sits at a very sovereign strategic part, but we actually go one level down and we connect the funding agencies in more solid structure. And I think this is also the role where government can play in structuring this, like Ministry of Economies, investment agencies, things like that.
Fair point. Paul, if I could ask you on the role of Web3, AI, deep technology as well, how can all of these play a big role when we talk about the Indo-UAE innovation?
Yeah, obviously, these are the hot focus areas, right? This is where we're seeing the most excitement, the most hype. This is what the dollars are chasing.
Yes.
Entrepreneurs are chasing these opportunities. And so no question that governments in this region are all trying to court those industries, because this is high-value jobs, high-value talent, high-value companies, right? These are the kinds of industries you want in your emirate or in your country. Where I start to worry a little bit is if you're constantly just chasing a trend, right? Because I joke about this sometime. I know I have plenty of investor and VC friends.
Yes.
Some portion of them 3 years ago were Web3 investors, and then For a year, they were gaming investors, and now they're AI investors. And so sometimes I think it's not good enough just to pay lip service to that. It's not good enough just to say, right, if we say we're the Web3 free zone, we can't be saying that just because we think this is hyped and hot, right? There has to be substance to that. What does that actually mean? Do we understand the specific challenges facing Web3 companies or AI companies? Because they're different. Do we understand what those companies need? What kind of partnerships they're looking for? What are the funding sources for those specific industries or subsectors? What language do we speak? Because if I talk to a gaming company, they want publishers. They need publishing support. And there's tons of gaming companies in India, right? This is a huge industry, booming industry in India. But they're looking for publishing support. They don't care about the VCs. They don't need VCs. They need publishers. The AI companies, well, their competitors are raising billions of dollars or hundreds of millions of dollars. You need expensive compute time. Your needs are different. The language you speak is different. Your problems are different. And so it's not good enough in my mind just to say, well, we're this or we're that, or we're chasing this trend or we're that trend. Are we actually walking the walk, right? Do we actually understand if we're saying we're going after this kind of company, if we want to attract this kind of company, do we really understand what they need?
Absolutely. His Excellency, what about the regulatory frameworks? Do you think that have evolved over time between both the nations when it comes to supporting such innovations, technology, maybe even supporting ease of doing business for startups? How are you looking at that?
I think in the UAE, we have the instruments to test all kind of technology. So you have within the Prime Minister Office something called Regulab, where we are allowed to test all kind of new technologies. The park also, one of its mandate is to become a sandbox or regulators for new technologies, whether you're talking about drones or 3D technologies or flying cars or whatever. So we are tasked to do that, and this is, I think, one of the things, I guess, it really differentiates UAE from the rest of the world, is the speed of adopting new technologies and actually walking the talk, because we are not only, adopting policies, but we are making funds around it, we are creating the whole business models around it. So I think this is something that definitely with India we can do. I'm very proud, actually, to also note an example with an Indian company that we will hopefully inaugurate next week, which is an amazing company that they create now electronics for and they test and create electronics for automotive industry. And this will be opening at the park, and we will be testing all kind of electronics for automotive, but this is only the start. We're going to oil and gas and other. So places like us, I was asking them, is one reason that why they end up with us is because we try these sort of things. Of course, it's a big challenge. I have a lot of stories with this because I attracted really interesting companies from cars that they move in solar, which was big trends, to hanging trains, to flying cars, and they all like, how can I describe them? Really dreams. But when they go down, and most of them they go down, the people in this region are not used for this, But this is part of the process. So the point I'm trying to make, we in the UAE now have the mindset and the design to test these type of technologies, and the government has the regulations to support it. So, yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. Paul, can I ask you, this would be helping a lot of people who are actually looking to be part of this kind of an innovation hub that we are talking about. What does it take for an innovation hub to really be a great magnet for both talent and capital?
It's a great question. That's kind of my whole job, is to figure that out. I think there's one thing that is often overlooked that is maybe the most powerful thing. And it's really success. I know that doesn't make sense at face value, but success begets success. And when you want to build an ecosystem, when you want to build a hub, again, a hub that has density, a hub that has weight, where people are drawn to it without much effort, it's about elevating the success stories that come out of that place and making sure the success stories that come out of that place essentially reinvest in that place. And if you look at any great startup ecosystem, whether it's Silicon Valley, whether it's Austin, Texas, it doesn't matter where we go in the world, They're all started, you can point to the one big success story that was elevated from the beginning. So Silicon Valley, you have Fairchild Semiconductor and Intel. And the talent that created those big successful companies came back, reinvested in other companies, invested in other entrepreneurs in the region. It's elevating the success stories, right? Really helping people, it sounds cheesy, but helping people to achieve their dream and then putting that on a pedestal and shouting it to the world. Here's what was done here. That's the lightning rod. That's the magnet that brings people, that gets that pump sort of started. But you still have to get all the nuts and bolts right. You still need all the things His Excellency has, right? You still need the talent, you still need the partnerships, you still need the academic links, you still need all of these things. You can't, there's no one silver bullet, but if you ask me what's most important, it's elevating the success stories, because that is what becomes the big draw.
Perfect. His Excellency, what about the public and private partnership when it comes to creating such innovation hubs, tech centers for the future, both in India and UAE? What is it that your conversations have been around this space?
I think PPP is very important because I think it's one of the tools that also is enablers. And one of the mechanisms that enables this to happen. I think, as I said, the example that I just mentioned now, of course, it's a private investment, but they are working with the government to produce something, hopefully. So I think it's a mechanism that is important, of course, for strategic also projects like in transport, for example, and other. But it's an important, I think, mechanism.
Paul, I want to understand from you, what is the advice that you'd like to give to probably early stage founders, both in India and the UAE as well, when it comes to tapping such opportunities?
Advice to early stage founders in general, or tapping opportunities in the UAE? Because in general, my advice always is don't do it. It's a lifetime of misery, is what I can guarantee as a startup founder. Look, the advice is pick the place where building your business is going to create the least amount of friction, right? Building the business is hard enough. Whatever it's AI, it's crypto, it doesn't matter what the sector is, building something from zero is extremely difficult to begin with. Pick the place that reduces those pain points and is as frictionless as possible. Nothing's perfectly frictionless, but as frictionless as possible, because you want to focus your time, your effort on driving the business, on achieving the big picture vision, and not on the nuts and bolts day-to-day, tax this, is the right talent here, is there a regulator here that will help me, right? Like, you don't want to have those headaches. Anywhere that eliminates those headaches, and I think the UAE, and the results back it up, the UAE there's really no better place in the world than to do that, and there's no better place in the world that reduces those friction points. So my advice would be pick the place based on that, but go in with eyes wide open that this is a tough and long journey, regardless of where you decide to go.
Okay. His Excellency, I want to understand from you, what is that one message that you'd like to drive to India, to the government, to the startup founders, to the private players who are already building big tech and who are already investing there, to collaborate with the UAE? What are the opportunities that they should be seeking at this point in time? Where is it? And why do you think now is the right time?
I mean, when I don't know if it's a dream or a wish I have. We grew up with Indian here, and we've seen the old generation of Indians, how they are connected to the UAE. But I wonder about the young generation. I don't think the young generation of India, I'm talking about entrepreneurs and business professionals, I think it's the same for us as well. They know each other. And I think it's important, I think, for both government to come and structure a program that really connect the talented stars of India, entrepreneurs, to the talent stars of the UAE, and the talented professional of India, young people, both male and female, to the same in UAE. And I think this is how we will cement the future, because I think the mindset and the has changed in the young generation. And before it was natural connection, Today, I think it needs to be orchestrated, and I think this is something is missing. I had this idea more than 4 years ago. I wanted really to make it happen because I think it's important to really cement. You know, there's an example between, there's a German Marshall, German Marshall Fund program, cementing talents development between US and Europe. I think we need to do something between UAE to start and India, but also the GCC and India, I think. It's very important that we connect the talents in both sides, I think.
Paul, if I could ask you as well, what is the most exciting thing that you are really looking at when it comes to future collaborations between India and the UAE on tech?
I have a show on CNBC where I talk about the gaming industry. So gaming is near and dear to my heart. I think the opportunities there, and we've already seen, the reason I came to Dubai initially was the Dubai government wanted my help to figure out what they should be doing around gaming, and I spent time in Abu Dhabi helping them figuring out what they should be doing around gaming, and in Saudi Arabia helping them. So gaming, there's lots of excitement around it in the region, but almost all of the talent, almost all the development talent, almost all of the ideas, almost all of the horsepower is sitting in India. And so I think there's a massive opportunity as the UAE to tap into that and bring that here, maybe even bigger today than AI or Web3, potentially, just because of the size of the existing industry in India. Also, the player base, the user base in India for gaming is also large. So you have a built-in market there, but the UAE can be the launch pad or the platform where you build the business and still be able to serve both the Indian market and the global market. So I see gaming as maybe the most exciting from an India-UAE standpoint. But in general, the region, and not just the UAE, fundamentally is talent-starved. Like the ambitions, I always think ambition and talent have to be at the same level. And we're seeing this in Saudi Arabia, where you have huge ambition, but nowhere near the kind of talent and the quantity of talent you need to actually execute on that ambition. This is something we don't, I think, a place we don't want to end up in the UAE, and something we need to actively be thinking about and actively be chasing.
What are the big challenges right now that you feel, the space is facing at this point in time, and how should we address it?
The gaming space or innovation in general? This is not necessarily unique to this region, but early stage dollars for most startups is relatively easy. Meaning you can raise some money from friends and family to get your business off the ground, or you can bootstrap, or you can develop something with some friends. AI tools are making coding easier and easier to build something that you can show people. The late stage funding in the UAE is also plentiful, right? You have huge sovereigns, you have very large investors, people who are ready to write $50 million checks, $100 million checks. The challenge is there's this big gap between those 2 points, where a startup has to either survive long enough to get big enough to get the big check, and that survival is not always obvious, or they need to hope to raise essentially what we call like a Series A or Series B, like an early stage funding round that isn't your seed or pre-seed round. That universe of Series A and Series B investors is too small in this region. There's just not enough dollars chasing that segment of the ecosystem. So some of the problems for startups here are still structural, right? You still may have to go to the US to raise dollars. You still may have to look to government programs, accelerators, to bridge that gap. That, I think, is a challenge that will be solved, but will take some time.
Absolutely. But His Excellency, if you could also help us understand, just 2 minutes to go and we'll try to wrap up ASAP. When worldwide we are saying shifting technologies, right now US projected that we have created, something like a Gen AI, Open AI, everything that is, for the future. Billions of dollars were pouring in. At the same time, China comes in with a fraction of cost and says that, we've created a much faster product than you in a fraction of cost. So, what are the things that you're really looking at there? Because right now people thought that only the talent remained in one space. But then when you look at it, when it's available at a fraction of cost at other places, how does one really go about it and understand what can be really the future?
think for the UAE, we have always been very good in working with everyone and exploring the opportunities with all, left and right, So I think you have to examine all these available technologies and see what suits you. But in this sphere is changing rapidly, day by day, and technologies are transforming. So it's normal to go and explore wherever technology suits you more. But the UAE, as a country, I think well established with its connection to leading places like US, India, China, Europe when it comes to technology, and you see a big investment.
Yeah, there's one thing, I have two conflicting thoughts, two thoughts that are at odds with each other. Having been doing tech for 25 years and building tech companies for 25 years, one thing I've learned is it's almost never the best funded startup that wins. Having the most money isn't a guarantee of success. And again, we're seeing this play out in some ways in real time, right? In certain areas, Saudi Arabia is doing well. In certain areas, they're falling flat on their face. And so just having more dollars to throw at the problem sometimes makes an entrepreneur, a startup, lazy, complacent, and not looking to always be on the offensive, right? When you have lots of resources, you're defending. You're playing defense. When you have almost nothing, you're always playing offense. You're going in, 2 swords, no shield. So I'm not surprised that we will see small upstarts, whether it's from China, from India, that maybe are more resource constrained, beat big guys with much more resources. In my world, this is totally normal. And I like to see this. This is good. This is good for the ecosystem. Now, the really big problems, because AI is one of those really deep tech, big problems, right? Building these models sometimes requires huge resources. I don't know if it's government's role to really be funding that, right? I believe in building financially sustainable ecosystems, not having governments throw endless amounts of money at problems. And so my concern is, I'd rather, if you're asking me where should the government dollars go, should it go to solve these big problems or to build competitors to these big problems? My view is, let them play to foster the small guys who are going to go beat the big guys on less resources, rather than throw big dollars to try and match the big problems. The other point that I have, that's conflicting with this somewhat is, I never worry about people copying me. Right? The China DeepSeek copying OpenAI, is it a copy? Is it just as good? In the world I come from, if someone's copying me, which happens 100% of the time, it means I always am at least 6 months ahead. I always have at least a 6 months lead because it takes time to copy. And the secret to winning is just always being one step ahead. This is why small groups of people with good ideas win. It takes time to copy. You're always one step behind if you're just the copier. And so this is, that makes me encouraged that it doesn't really matter what China does, what any other country does. The most innovative companies will win in the end.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Paul, and thank you so much, His Excellency, for all your insights there. May I please request Mr. Manoj Sharma to come up on stage to deliver a token of appreciation to both our speakers. Thank you. Deep Tech, AI, and we'll take it as it comes. Thank you so much for all your insights, sir.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And this is a sort of garvapsi in some senses for Navdeep Singh Suri. He was ambassador here, brilliant ambassador here in the years 2016, 2019. You were ambassador to the UAE. And apart from that, this area is familiar territory to you. You've also been ambassador to Egypt and, of course, Australia earlier that. And a huge amount of stints on other areas that's there. And so appreciative has the UAE been of your services. You were conferred the Order of Zayed II, which is the country's second highest civilian award. Let's welcome Navdeep Singh Suri to the India Today Conclave.
Thank you, Raj. Thank you. Pleasure to be here.
You know, this session is titled Geopolitics. And when I first approached Navdeep to come fly down here and share his thoughts, he said, let's talk about UAE. And I said, no, let's talk about geopolitics. And then we were sitting at lunch today, and he started talking about UAE in a way that I'd never listened and never heard about. So what I'm going to do is, we're going to kick off with this conversation with your insights in UAE, because my memory of UAE was that I flew in, I was covering Khomeini's funeral in Iran. This was, I think, 1987. And when I came to Dubai at that time, it was a one-port town at that, and, you know, small in its thing. And the only thing attractive about it was the electronic goods that you could buy cheaper. And then, of course, hope that the customs guys wouldn't catch you as you cross the border and you had to pay, once you landed up in India, and pay 100% duty or whatever it is. So that was the early things. Tell us a little bit about the umbilical cord India and UAE has. And what is the history and the interest that keeps us together as we look ahead and look at the future, the past?
Well, thanks, Raj. I think when you talk about the past, it's really a dilemma. How far back do you go? Because, His Highness, the ruler of Sharjah, has produced a 12-volume compendium that looks at the Portuguese period and the relations during that period between India and the Gulf, broadly speaking. From the 12th, 13th century, in Calicut, you had the Zamarin as the ruler, who was one of those original free traders, and the series of rulers from Calicut really invited merchants to come to that coast of Malabar coast and set up establishments over there. They would, I think, from the time of Ahmad ibn Majid, the famous Arab navigator from around Ras Al Khaimah, they had mastered the monsoon winds, that they would come at a certain point reliably. You could ride the winds, come fairly quickly from the Gulf to the western coast of India, spend 3-4 months there, and then go back. So, you have that old history of trading links, which carried products from particularly the Malabar coast into the Roman Empire via the Gulf. But if you come to more recent times, I think one of the defining periods was kind of between 1860s, 70s till the 1920s, when the largest economic activity between India and this country was the pearl trade. Right. Pearls had become fashionable in Victorian England, and then with the rising prosperity in America, they had suddenly become the fashion statement. And of course, there were the Maharajas and Nawabs in India. And the finest pearls used to come from the shallow banks around where we are today. It's not surprising that at that point of time, 90% of the GDP of this area used to come from pearls. One estimate is that virtually every able-bodied man was involved in pearl diving or in supplying the boats or in trading. And here's the interesting thing, that during that period, all of the trade was really run by the Bhatia community from Sindh, from a small place called Thatta. They had settled here, and the merchants would come, they would fund the captain of the boat to buy the supplies, spend 3 months out on the high seas to do the diving. They would come back, and again it was those merchants who would buy the pearls and take them to Mumbai, where they were polished and processed for sale into the global markets. So that's the kind of relationship that we, I think, have forgotten about. But there's one other period that I want to mention, which is that if you look at the whole notion of the trucial states, called the trucial states because there was a trucial agreement that the British instigated that stopped fighting between the various sheikdoms of that period. From 1829 till effectively 1959, the legal tender here was the Indian rupee, right? That's the only currency that people knew. That was the only currency in which business was done. And we forget that all of the treaties, starting with the 1821 treaty with the sheikhs to the 1829 Maritime Agreement, all of these treaties were under the jurisdiction of the governor in Bombay. The reporting relationship, in a sense, of the British political agents in Basra, in Sharjah, in Bahrain, was to Bombay, not to London. This was the umbilical cord that linked the two geographies across the Arabian Sea.
Fascinating. And when did it actually, we also remembered Dubai for gold smuggling, right? I mean, there's something of a hoary past that existed between us. And you always bought this gold from Dubai and took it into India, and then the rise of the entire crime syndicates. And when did this act start getting cleaned up? And when did Dubai transform itself to this gleaming city, and what really propelled it in your analysis?
So I think it's a really fascinating story of the whole gold fever in the 50s and the 60s and the 70s, wonderfully captured by a bunch of Bollywood films, from Diwar to Company to others, which made Haji Mastan and others into the characters that they were. I think that's all part of our growing up imagination, right? But at a more serious note, if you look at the pre-1947 period, until India became independent, we were largely, both the Gulf and India, were part of a British-dominated maritime and trade ecosystem. You had a lot of trading links between Basra, Dubai, Sharjah, Bahrain, and Bombay. All the connections were here, from here were to Bombay. 1947, India becomes independent. We want to conserve foreign exchange because it's scarce, and we are a very poor country at that time. And we put a Gold Control Act. And suddenly, you have national sovereign borders to trade in a zone that never knew these borders.
Right.
So you have a huge difference of perception through the 50s and 60s, where what was smuggling for India as contravention of our national laws was regular trading activity from the entrepreneurs of Dubai in particular, for whom, hey, we import the gold,
right,
and we export it, and we are doing no harm. Huge fortunes were made during that period. One very senior member of the royal family told me of a particularly enterprising Dubai businessman who actually bought a decommissioned German U-boat for his particular activity. A conversation with another lady whose father was a very prominent businessman in Dubai, unfortunately no more, vividly recalls taking a very large shipment of gold to Bombay. There was a Coast Guard interception. Right. And the whole consignment was dumped into the sea. And he swears that if somebody were to put some money together to get some divers and high-tech equipment, you would find the proverbial pot of gold off the shores of Bombay.
Fascinating, Titanic kind of story on this one. So when did this change to a glistening steel, glass, prosperous Dubai or UAE?
So let me take you back because it's relevant for today. During the pearl diving period, the center of the pearl trade was a place called Linge, which is across the Gulf in present-day Iran. In 1906, there was a change in regime in Lingge, and the ruler of Lingge decided to impose tariffs. Right? Tariffs have
There was Donald Trump.
Right?
He wasn't there that
But the consequences are interesting.
Right.
Sheikh Hajar, who was the great-grandfather of the present-day ruler, promptly sent a delegation across to Lingge saying, hey, I believe you guys have some problems. Why don't you come to Dubai, and I will make sure that you get the most business-friendly, most tax-free environment anywhere. In 1906.
Wow.
He managed to attract that original group of Indian merchants from Lingge to Dubai. He managed to attract...
When you say Lingge, where is Lingge?
Just across from Dubai in Iran.
Iran, okay.
Right? Literally across the Gulf.
Right.
So he managed to pull those in. And the rest, as they say, is history, because nobody remembers Lingge, and everybody knows Dubai today, which continues to do the same thing. It benefits from the mistakes of others and the troubles of others to become the magnet that it is. We impose the taxes on gold, they benefit from it. There's a uncertainty or volatility somewhere, they benefit from it, and they've managed to retain this cachet as this free-wheeling, entrepreneurial, very laissez-faire kind of economy.
And that's the curiosity that one needs to look at, because in India, we are a majority, but we have a minority complex. Here, if you look at it, you know, the Emirati is like 10% of the population. The Indians are 40%. The Pakistanis must be about 20%, and other nationalities that is there. What is their secret of their success that they're able to have this kind of diverse population, not feel threatened by the influx? Anywhere else, there would have been political unrest and everything else. What makes the Emiratis so acceptable of the cultures from others and live with it and prosper?
Well, one theory when you talk to old families here is that coastal communities traditionally, most places in the world, tend to be more open and more receptive to foreign cultures, more tolerant towards foreign influences, as compared to insular communities. For example, when you talk to old families here, they will have a certain attitude towards Wahhabism in Saudi Arabia, saying, hey, we would never go down that road, and we tried our best to keep that influence away, which is true. And so you have that whole culture of openness, which goes with being a trading entrepreneur, right? And this is something that you see in Kerala, you see in other places. But I think along with that are two crucial components. One is, there is the self-confidence that we are in control. And the second is, there is a very high-tech security network that makes sure that people who come here don't bring their politics and their feuds and their attitudes into this country. And that's why you see that communities that in the past have tried to be reckless in bringing their feuds here, find that they're at the receiving end of the stick.
Right.
It's a very tolerant society in religious terms, but it's a very strict society in terms of observance of the local rules and laws.
Interesting. And if we zoom out a bit and now look at how does UAE compare, you've got the other Gulf countries, you've Saudi Arabia, you've got Qatar, what is the uniqueness of the Emirati as compared to, and you've seen also, you've gone the other side and looked at Egypt. What makes them so different and unique? If you had to look at, since we are in the India-UAE conclave, and I'm tapping your insights across the region.
You know, I think both our current ambassador, Sanjay Sudhir, and I have had the privilege of serving in Egypt.
Right.
And without wishing to cause any offense, I think being a 5,000-year-old civilization that Egypt is,
right,
also brings a certain sense of entitlement with it.
Right, like us also.
Maybe, perhaps to an extent.
The
You said
Indians
that.
also. Let's
said
not forget.
But here, and the Egyptians used to have a very condescending attitude towards the Gulf. I remember from the 80s, when these countries had just started becoming wealthy with the oil boom post-1973 and so on, one of the famous Egyptian writers and intellectuals, who I won't name, wrote a very condescending piece called From the Camel to the Cadillac Syndrome. Sneering at a generation that had moved from a camel to a Cadillac, right? What they have demonstrated is that they haven't taken a past for granted, and they are firmly focused on the future. You have a combination of, obviously, the wealth, but also great pragmatism in terms of the leadership. It's a very non-ideological, business-friendly leadership that has put in place the kind of policies that have enabled you to witness the miracle that you are witnessing. Dubai was the first off the mark, but today if you go to Abu Dhabi, literally every 5 years you see a transformation.
Correct.
In some ways, they've become the models for many other places to follow.
Which is a good point to look at. And the fact that you have a Singapore, you have a Hong Kong, you've got UAE, and of course some of the other Gulf countries. Again, if you take a comparative look at what makes Dubai prosper, you have Singapore, which is seen as, on the Far East as the best port to be around with. Does it seriously challenge any of these places? Is there any things that you've seen comparative that you could talk about?
I think Dubai started off by seeing Singapore as a role model. And wanted to emulate, and spent a fair bit of time studying the best practices in Singapore. Today, I would say, with all seriousness, that they would not only give Singapore a run for its money, but Singapore should be watching where they are going, because while Singapore in some ways is tightening up on visas for expatriates and foreign nationals and so on, Dubai is doing the opposite thing. UAE has introduced golden visas, right? In a country where traditionally you had 3 visas, today that golden visa has become a lure for talent and capital, and including some talent and capital that's leaving Singapore for these shores.
So let's peep into the future, and let's look at UAE. And you've studied it, and I think you're writing, the next book is going to be on UAE. So just peeping at the crystal ball and saying, where do you see UAE make the progress, and where do you see some of the challenges that it would face, given the geopolitics of the region?
I think UAE's biggest progress is going to be in technology and knowledge-driven industries, and in its very determined transition away from oil. You're going to continue seeing an acceleration of the trend where the oil is an important source of income, but there are increasingly other sources of revenue that are being very consciously and deliberately being cultivated, and industries that are being attracted. On the negative side, as we in India like to say, they also live in a tough neighborhood. And that comes with its challenges. I think over the last 5 or 7 years, you see a very conscious determination, particularly last 3 years, I would say, for the region as a whole, for the Saudis, for UAE, for Qatar, for Iran, to mend fences. So if you were to go back where we were 10 years back and where we are today, I'd say that the region today is more stable. Iran and Saudi Arabia are talking to each other. UAE and Iran are talking to each other. UAE and Qatar are talking. Turkey is a part of the equation and so on. So you'd say that today the region is in a more stable place than it was 10 years ago. But that doesn't mean that the fissures have vanished. Maybe some have been papered over temporarily. Maybe some are looking for more durable solutions. And that's a space that I think you will have to keep watching. But one of the things that UAE is trying to do in a very interesting way is to position itself as part of its natural geography, which is Asia.
Right.
Rather than, going into the Western camp to an extent that, this was a country that the British pretty much oversaw for 150 years. And the departure from that, therefore, is significant. It doesn't mean either or, but I think there's a consciousness that the geopolitical center of gravity is shifting to this part of the world, and UAE wants to be very much front and center in that.
Let me take you to two recent major developments in terms of the fact of multiple countries cooperating, whether the previous session talked of the India-Middle East corridor that's there, and of course the ITU-2. Now, the eye is in trouble, and not India, but the eye that we're looking at. And there's been a major blowout that's happened and continues to let's say, cause turbulence in the region. Where do you see, are these two major concepts that seem to be in a transformative space, is that now dead on one side? Or do you see a change happening, reconciliation? What would be that process of reconciliation? Because you cannot have strife and still have progress.
So there's no question that October 7 and the violent aftermath of October 7 have been a setback to some of the positive dynamics initiated by the Abraham Accords, of which ITU-2 and IMAC are, in a sense, products, but both were products born before October 7.
Right.
And to that extent, I think, until the situation of Israel, until Israel finds a way of coming to peace with its neighbors in a mutually respectful manner, it will be an impediment to progress. That's my personal view. That some of the potential that's visible in ITU-2 or IMAC or other very ambitious programs at a regional and sub-regional level will remain unrealized. But you live in a region where things can change very, very quickly. Who would have predicted that Iran and Saudi Arabia would have the situation that they do today? Who would have thought that UAE and Saudi Arabia or UAE and Turkey, after the bitterness that they went through, including violence at some level, who would have thought that? So I think one motto is never say never. And the second, which flows from that, is because you know that there's a certain logic to these things. With passage of time, they will settle down. I think what you're witnessing is what Ambassador Sanjay Sudhir and Rizwan and all mentioned, is that you continue to work on that which is possible and within your control, and hope that through the virtual trade corridor, through the mechanisms that you are establishing, you are also creating templates that can then be replicated as and when the other legs of the regional arrangement fall into place. You don't keep waiting, because these are by definition long-term, long gestation projects. So you don't have to wait for the last leg to be completed before you want to take the first step forward. You start taking the steps that will take you closer to the destination, and then hopefully by that time the other pieces would have fallen into place.
We started this discussion with the trade winds that brought UAE to India and back. And of course, the terminology monsoon comes from Mausam, which is what the seamen of the yore used to get across from this shore to that shore. There is another trade wind that is blowing, that is cyclonic in its term, and we had the gentleman who was creating that storm right here in Dubai today, Donald Trump.
Abu Dhabi.
Oh, Abu Dhabi, okay. Sorry, yes. UAE, let's be. So if you look at the impact that Trump is having, and the kind of trade winds that he's blowing across, what would you see as the change that will happen in this region? How much would it be affected? Would the center of gravity shift somewhere else? What is your sense of that?
Let me say something counterintuitive. By and large, the victory of President Trump, both Trump 1.0 and 2.0, was welcomed and celebrated in this region.
Interesting.
And the reason was, At the time of Trump 1.0, what I used to hear very frequently was that when President Obama's administration did the nuclear deal with Iran, they only did the nuclear deal. They forgot all the concerns that the countries of this region had vis-a-vis Iran's missile program, vis-a-vis Iran's interference as they perceived it into their internal affairs, its use of Shia minority communities to its ends and so on. There was this genuine disquiet that they, as Iran's neighbors, and the ones that had the biggest stake in Iran's behavior, had been left completely out of the consultative process, and the decisions had been taken by the P5+1 up north, as was the time used to be done in the 19th century. And this was not acceptable. So when President Trump actually revoked the nuclear agreement with Iran, there was considerable satisfaction here. I think that they see President Trump as mercurial, but somebody with whom they can do business. And I'm sure that they're going to find ways to work with the administration in unexpected areas that you may not see at this point of time. So I think the perception of President Trump here is going to be very different from the lament that you hear in Europe.
Despite the drill, baby, drill, and the oil that America, he hopes, would produce, that would challenge the Middle East, and they're not worried about it?
If oil prices remain below $60 a barrel, there's going to be no drill, baby, drill. And that oil is not viable at $60 a barrel.
So you don't see that, they don't perceive Trump as a threat of any kind?
No, look, I think there was a genuine concern towards the end of Trump 1.0 that because US was no longer dependent on oil from the Gulf, it was emerging as a nascent exporter of energy in its own right, that there was this pivoting towards Asia, there was this separation from the Gulf, from the Middle East in some ways. And it was visible when first Saudi Arabia, the Aramco facilities were attacked, and then Abu Dhabi itself became a target. And there was certainly an expectation from here and from Riyadh that there would be a more robust US response. And it didn't come. And there was a feeling here that, hey, what are those security understandings that we have with America, with all their bases in across the region? What are they worth in Doha, in Bahrain, in Dhafra, and so on, if they are not going to come to our assistance? And that's where you started seeing a conscious effort that, hey, we can't depend over there forever for our security requirements. Let's mend fences in our own region.
Right. Interesting.
And you saw that post-2019, the developments that happened. I think today, there's a greater realization of that, just as Europe is saying that we can't depend on US for our security blanket, but we still need the US in a bunch of other ways. And they are willing to put their money into areas that really appeal to President Trump and to take their interests forward. If it's the art of the deal that President Trump looks at, then that's something that this region is very conversant with.
Final question. We're out of time, but I'm going to ask you this. Oil was what brought riches to this region. Oil, in some senses, is still around, but in a diminishing thing if you look at the sustainable movement that has happened across. Of course, Trump has put a bomb on that, but generally that movement towards greener energy is going to happen. How much countries, of course, UAE is not so dependent on its oil resources, but what would be the changes that you think will happen in the Gulf if, for instance, there's a de-emphasis in oil? Are they prepared for that change?
So first, that if needs to have a question mark because even climate enthusiasts like me would say that it's going to be 20, 30 years before you're really going to see. You're seeing a transition, but it's going to be slower than most people think, unfortunately. And it's also, you're going to see more renewable energies coming into the mix without necessarily much less oil being pumped. So I think oil is going to coexist with renewables for at least the next 20, 30 years. I think Sheikh Zayed, as almost 25 years back, called his family and said, I want you to think of the day when the last barrel of oil has been pumped and get us ready for that. And that's the direction in which they've been working. It's quite fascinating that the sixth largest producer of oil in the world also has Masdar as one of the world's largest renewable energy companies, also has a nuclear power plant that provides 25% of its energy needs. I don't think they needed to do this. So there's a degree of conviction from which this transition away from oil is happening very consciously over a period of time. None of this is knee-jerk. None of this is, oh, because we did COP28. Al-Baraka nuclear facility has been, 15 years in the making, I think, since the time that the contract was awarded. So you can see that the genesis goes back almost half a generation. And a lot of people don't realize it because I think we consume the Western media and buy into the stereotype of the oil-rich sheikh. And we create almost this caricature of the man in the abaya, in the kandura, and the woman in the abaya, and whatever flows. And I think those stereotypes need to be shattered with a hammer because, we just so misunderstand what the reality of these countries is.
Now, this thing, Suri, I know your heart is in Amritsar, but I think your mind continues to be in Abu Dhabi and in UAE. We wish you, your book, all the best when it comes out. But thank you so much for your insights. We've learned so much during the course of this half an hour. Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a very warm round of applause.
Naveed, Suri, fascinating insights, and thank you so much for this conversation. Raj, also for driving it. Thank you so much. May I please request a token of appreciation to be brought into the stage? And may I request Raj Chengappa to please present